Nixon ordered Cambodian genocide. Clinton sent cruise missiles to Sudan, people died. Obama gave the orders to do drone strike. Reagan invaded Nicaragua in '85. Kennedy instigated the Cuban Missile Crisis. LBJ invaded the Dominican Republic. Endorsed the invasion of East Timor. Invaded Guatemala in '54. Bush overthrew the government of Panama. Bush 2 started the war on terror. Carter funded the Timorese genocide. Dropped a nuclear bomb not once but twice. When the International Court of Justice condemned all our crimes, we just shrugged our shoulders and said, we do what we want, we do it all of the time. We even ramped up the genocide.
Okay, check, check, check. Can everybody hear me all right? I forgot to check the microphone before I started. Good evening, my friends. It is Friday, June 19th, 2026. There's lots happening in the world right now. But I want you to do me a favor, okay? Especially right now. Call your mother. Tell her that you love her. Because it is not a safe time. It's not a safe time for mothers right now. Okay? Not while I'm live. Don't forget to tap the like, subscribe to the page. We love you. So, apparently Israel carpet-bombed Lebanon, striking 150 targets last night, but incredulously, Hezbollah and Israel have announced a ceasefire. Go figure. I'm shocked that Iran has not responded. It must be that Iran thinks that this is a viable peace deal that's happening between them and the Americans. Although we should acknowledge that the signing of the MOU has been canceled in Switzerland, and Israel sabotaged that because of its carpet bombing. I mean, what's the point of Iran going to sign this peace deal, or this memorandum? It's not even a peace deal. It's the prerequisite to a peace deal. What incentive do they have, and what message would they be giving to the Israelis and the Americans if the Israelis violated like the number one point in the 14-point plan, or if it's not the number one, it's up there. It's don't strike Lebanon. Stop striking Lebanon. And yet they are ratcheting it up. I was up really late last night, and when I'm up really late last night, that means in Israeli time, it's like they're starting their day. And Ben Gvir is, I'm sure you saw it. Ben Gvir is, oh, we got some extra toilet paper in the chat. That's awesome. Thank you so much. We love toilet paper, so I can never get enough. And you're a black man supporting Israel. That's, wow. You know what? We're not going to go there, crazy Manuel. You lived up to your name, okay? Very good. Very good. Let's just go ahead and block the spammer, and they're done. They're gone. Okay, where was I before I was rudely interrupted? But yeah, Ben Gvir is like all of Lebanon must burn in this tweet. I should pull it up. Well, we're gonna get to it in a second, but yeah, it's they're making such genocidal statements. Hey, thank you, Valentine, for the gifted subscription. I appreciate you. Israel's just, going crazy, as we knew that they were going to do. So, what's the point? What's the point of Iran going? And another thing is, Donald Trump has already signed the memorandum. I think Pezeshkian has already signed the memorandum. Iran has signed the memorandum. The Americans have signed the memorandum. So what's the point of going to Switzerland just to sign the memorandum? It seems to me like a bit redundant, right? And more of a formality than really anything. So there's really not any need to do that. And judging by what we learned about Israel's plot to assassinate the top negotiators of the Iranian team, of course, that's what they do. That shouldn't be any surprise to anyone. So, the Iranians knew that was happening, or that they were going to try to do that. That's why they had to switch the original meeting place to sign the memorandum. So what's the point of even going through all this trouble when it really doesn't do much, And especially, what kind of message are you sending the Israelis as they're bombing Lebanon, which is one of the things you told them that they can't do? I really wish that Iran would take Israel to task and follow through on their word, because I don't see how they keep getting away with this. It's obvious that the child has not learned their lesson, and there's more bloodshed on the way. But we're still going ahead with this 60-day grace period. Apparently, lots of time for Israel to do what Israel does. It's kind of an uncertain time. But look, Donald Trump wants you to know that there is a new Air Force One today. He had a press conference unveiling this new Air Force One. I'm wondering if that's the plane that Qatar gifted Donald Trump. I'm not sure if it is. It might be. And maybe they finally outfitted it to, have all the bells and whistles of a presidential airplane. But it's twice as big as the old one. It's the most luxurious, beautiful Air Force One that anyone has ever seen. It's so fantastic, in fact, that were you to look upon it, you wouldn't be able to believe it, says Donald Trump. It's that marvelous. So that's just awesome. I think that's great. And I want you to think about the Dow. I want you to think about winning. I want you to think about that beautiful UFC fight night. I want you to think about Air Force One. And I want you to think that apparently Iran is finished. Yes, finished. Whoop. Oh, my God. All that set up, and then I really shit the bed there at the end. I'm so sorry about that.
This broke moments ago. Israel and Hezbollah have agreed to a ceasefire. Max Gordon joining us now from Dubai. What happens next, Max?
Hey, Stu. Well, the hope is that Israel and Hezbollah will stop fighting long enough for the U.S. and Iranian negotiations to get back on track. This ceasefire went into effect just a little more than an hour ago. And according to a U.S. official, this was brokered by the U.S., Qatar, with some help from Iran.
Lube. Nice.
Now, this is not an Israeli withdrawal from Israeli safety zones in southern Lebanon. And the IDF says they still have the right to defend themselves. Now, this all comes after
this shit has been
increased
going on
fighting
for
in southern
decades,
Lebanon between
There's
Israel.
so much precedence for the Israelis having to withdraw. They've lost every war that they've started with Lebanon. I mean, you do realize that, right? Every time. 2006 was a humiliation. Israel went into Lebanon and got humiliated. They got beaten back by Hezbollah. And then also 1982, same story. They tried to stage or maybe this was in 2006 too, but they tried to stage a little photo op like the IDF was charging the fields into Lebanese territory, and it turns out like that was actually Israel, or it wasn't actually occupied Lebanon. So they're on the ropes.
And Hezbollah overnight, the IDF reported 4 soldiers died. Lebanon reported 47 people were killed and 97 others were injured in Israeli strikes.
So just to understand that, okay, and think about Ben Gavir's tweet. See if I can find that for you real quick. I don't know if you saw it, but everybody's been reposting it. Everybody and your mama. Your mama reposted it. Your daddy reposted it. Your auntie and your uncle reposted it. Your grandma's grandma. Your grandma's dog reposted it. Let's see. Where is it? Let's see. This is from. What did he delete it? Oh, shit. Look at this. This post violated the X rules. However, X has determined that it may be in the public's interest for the post to remain accessible. That's really revealing. That's really revealing. All your messages are getting censored. I'm sorry, Martin. You know, I hate that. Maybe you could just, like, spell words differently or something. I don't know. I'm sure you've tried it all. But he says, for every tear of an Israeli mother, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep. So disproportionate violence, once more. All of Lebanon must burn, says he. So another genocidal intent. It's like, hey, they're already guilty of one genocide. What's another one? Let's get 2 for 1 special. Sorry to make such a dark joke, but it's just, that's what they're saying here. They're, you know, one of the, this is evidence of genocidal intent. It could be, you know, evidence for a tribunal in the future. This tweet alone. He says, with all due respect to the Americans, Israel must make it clear to the entire world that the blood of our sons... Thank you so much for the subscription. Who's that? Who that is? Dizave. All right now. Dizave. With all due respect to the Americans, Israel must make it clear to the entire world that the blood of our sons and the security of our citizens are not forfeit. All of Lebanon must burn. He repeats it. Our supreme duty is to protect the citizens of Israel and the soldiers of the IDF, and this commitment takes precedence over every other consideration. I told the Prime Minister, even in our private meetings, for every tear of an Israeli mother, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep. Enough with the ping-pong. In the Middle East, you don't win with measured responses and restraint. You need to go berserk. I shit you not. I mean, when I'm reading about the Israeli history, this is the shit that they say. You've got to go berserk. I mean, this guy is no different from an Ariel Sharon or a Moshe Dayan or a Yitzhak Shamir, etc., etc. Take your pick, as you like it, you know? They all say this shit. This is because they justify it, because they are such a tiny country, they love to say. Well, that's why they're chosen for, you know, disproportionate violence, terrorism, whatever we call terrorism, that's what the Israelis do. And they have to go berserk in order to teach the region a lesson. This is something also that the United States does, by the way. Every so often, we gotta find a small country to throw up against the wall and make an example out of, to let everybody else know we're not fucking around, you know. And of course, we pick on weaker countries that can't fight back, and that's exactly what Israel does in the Middle East. Consider that in 2006, when they lost to Lebanon, they immediately pivoted to the Gaza Strip, and they started doing all these operations. That's when mowing of the lawn, that's when it really took off, was post-2006, and it was because they were humiliated by Hezbollah. They were humiliated in this war against Lebanon, and obviously Iran's taking notes. Every other country in the world's taking notes. Look, Israel got beaten back by a resistance group, an underground resistance group. Maybe they're not as strong as we thought they were. So what do? They go back to their punching bag. Gaza is Israel's punching bag. It knows it can just devastate Gaza with impunity. So that's exactly what they did, and they started ratcheting up these occupational invasions, and they named them after religious. I say religious. It's I don't know, Talmudic phrases or Jewish symbolism. It's from the Bible. They love quoting the Old Testament, so every time they would go and terrorize the Gaza Strip, they'd name it after some Bible verse in the Old Testament. And so, that's what happened, and I think they're losing again. They always lose to Lebanon, is the point I think I'm trying to make here. So he says, our supreme duty is to protect the citizens of Israel and the soldiers of the IDF. He says, enough with the ping pong. In the Middle East, you don't win with measured responses and restraint. You need to go berserk to obliterate, to crush the terror. So he's a terrorist. He's admitting that he's a terrorist. He's calling for the complete genocide of the Lebanese population. And I think I don't know if funny's the right word, but I'll use it just because I don't have a better one. But I think it's funny that that Twitter actually censored the tweet from an Israeli minister. That should tell you everything, right? And people have been just quote tweeting it to high hell. And then, you have Bezalel Smotrich. And here's the main point about this. 4 IDF soldiers died last night. Where was this? This was inside Lebanese territory. The Israeli occupation army invaded Lebanon, fucked around and found out about it. They suffered some casualties. And now the Israelis, in true Israeli fashion, they postured themselves as the victim because 4 of their occupation soldiers died while they were carrying out carpet bombing campaigns against Lebanon, killing 47 people last night. So nobody buys this bullshit that they're somehow the victim. And now, of course, Ben-Gvir loves that IDF soldiers got killed. I think I can say that, pretty accurately. They thrive on that because then that's the pretext that they need, right? That's the pretext that they need to ratchet up the terrorism. They do it in the Gaza Strip. I could go through many such historical examples where they do this exact thing. They do a cross-border raid. Some people get killed. And then they say, oh, look, Hamas violated the ceasefire. Well, we got to go do Operation Rising Lion or Gideon's Chariot or Cast Lead or Protective Edge or Days of Penitence, et cetera, et cetera. And so, you have Ben-Gvir basically saying the same thing right here. That's what he's doing. So Israeli Security Minister Ben-Gvir, we want Mohammed to be the most powerful. Okay, that is not related to anything we were talking about. So let's go back. We'll finish this clip. Sorry for the
latest
rant.
Fighting follows an escalation in southern Lebanon after an Israeli airstrike hit Beirut right before the signing of the deal between the U.S. and Iran. Back and forth strikes have since continued, with the White House sending a message that Israel needs to moderate its response. The deal with Iran dictates an end.
Mango Tones, thank you. I'm sorry I missed that super chat. Did you hear about Gina? Your mom? Your mom is Gina, isn't she? Gina Reinhardt. No, I haven't. Gina Reinhardt. Sorry, no, I haven't. Mining magnate offering free land to Israel and Australia. She controls over 12.2 million hectares, 30+ million acres. Holy shit, across 3 states. That's crazy. Yes, that is crazy. I have not heard about that. A mining magnate. It sounds about white. Gina Reinhardt offering free land to Israel and Australia to the tune of 30+ million acres. This seems to be exactly what we've been seeing from around the world, Argentina, Chile, Cyprus, now Albania, Morocco. What's the Ethiopia, I think, too? Djibouti? Or somewhere close to it, the Horn of Africa. They're migrating all over the place. They're vilified everywhere they go. But yeah, it looks like they're getting kicked out of the 110th country, and now they're gonna. Oh my goodness, what do you say to that? What do you say that hasn't been already said about that isn't anti-Semitic at this point? I gotta watch it. While you enjoy being in the YouTube chat supremacy group, we may want to consider letting the Twitchers into the fold. Wrath, they're prone to mutiny when... Oh, yeah, that's right. I am so sorry. I usually remember to pop out... Sometimes I gotta pop that chat. I gotta pop the chat out. If you don't pop out the chat doesn't show up in the master chat. There's a whole... chat philosophy going on here that I'm learning about, but that was my mistake. And there you go. See, now we see the Twitch. We can see the Twitch comments if you look on the screen here over there. Okay. Anyway, moving on. Got to pop that. That's right. Garble. Reinhardt is her married name. Her maiden name is Talia. Oh, no. I think I know where that's going. Talia? Taliaberg?
Fighting
Taliawitz?
in southern Lebanon. Now, meanwhile, Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei, released his first statement on the deal with the U.S., saying in part, it was the American president who, out of desperation, used all kinds of leverage to bring this about. President Trump responding on Truth Social today, saying, we didn't meet out of desperation, Iran did, they are finished, we'll play out the 60 days, they get no money, not 10 cents. And the clock is
He's
ticking.
crying.
Those 60 days
What a
have
cope.
started for negotiations to take place, though it's still unclear when U.S. and Iranian negotiators will meet face-to-face in Switzerland. The White House releasing a statement today saying that the U.S. delegation is ready to go when the Iranians are as well. Stu?
All right, Max, thanks very much.
So that's some bullshit, you know? So
Undeclared.
Whoop. I'm not sure how that happened.
This broke moments ago.
Okay, let's go on to the next one. The Art of Surrender.
If we give billions of dollars to Iran,
All right, Thug Bone up in here, up in the hizzy. Thank you. I didn't realize you're also a member here on YouTube. That's awesome. I fixed the Twitch chat, Thug Bone. You're usually the person that lets me know that, but I've handled it. Okay, it should be active. All right. So the Art of Surrender, Trump's MOU met with frustration across the aisle over $300 billion for Iran. Ted Cruz is upset. Tel Aviv Ted is very upset
and
about
that
what's
money will
happening.
be used to murder Americans. And so I don't believe we should do that. And the idea that we would have effectively a Marshall Plan for Iran. And
So the $300 billion that Iran is requesting to rebuild its country because the United States carpet bombed Iran over the past few months, they're just going to use that money to murder Americans. That's it. Okay.
come
So
in
we're
and
clear.
rebuild Iran after they've been the leading state sponsor of terrorism for 47 years. They've murdered nearly
All projection, the United States is the leading state sponsor of terrorism, and it literally boils down to the CIA.
1,000 Americans. I don't think that makes any sense.
The details that I've seen so far look awful. This will
Talk
go
about what, Reitza? What would you like me to talk about?
down as a tremendous foreign policy blunder. Iran ends up stronger. Our allies in the region are weaker. And Iran has learned that if they're willing to grab that Strait of Hormuz and choke it off, they can
Oh
get
my God, he's getting really horny.
the Western world to dance to their tune. I think it's a deep mistake.
What did the president get out of this?
All the right people are thinking this is a deep mistake.
The strait was open before the war.
And look, these are Democrats, by the way. Democrats are like, wait, what? We're stopping the war? This is awful. Wait till my lawyer hears about this.
Fuel prices were lower. The president said he was going to do a bunch of things. He didn't do them. The president, who once criticized ballistic missiles, is now saying that they should have them. Again, I don't understand what the president gained out of this. And it's intriguing to me that J.D. Vance has been released now to do the sales job on it when he was the one that didn't want to say a word about this. And then when J.D. Vance did speak up as Vice President of the United States, he criticized the agreement. And now he's the one out there saying how wonderful this is. I'm beside myself with all of this. It's hard to make sense of who's even remotely getting close to the truth and what are they hiding? If they want the American people to know about this, they should release it. The president said he'd release it to Congress. He's not done it. Why?
I think
Okay, maybe his commentary wasn't as bad as I thought. I don't know if he was actually advocating like, oh, we need to continue. He was more just expressing confoundment. But there are a lot of Democrats that are upset that this war is over, and I think Chuck Schumer is among them. And remember Schumer Shabbos, Chuck Schumer Shabbos. He's the protector of the Israeli people. Remember that. I will always fight for the Jewish people, he says. As Senate Majority Leader of the U.S. Congress, I have a God-given right. I was chosen to Shomer Shabbos. You know what Shomer Shabbos means in Hebrew?
It means protector. Protector of the state of Israel. Gifted to us by the Rothschilds.
So anyway.
The gas prices coming down is a good thing. I hope fertilizer prices in my state will soon follow. I think getting the strait reopened is good, and I think the fact that their nuclear program is buried probably forever is terrific. I would not want.
And what about your hairline? That's what we really are here for. What happened to the hairline there, Josh?
To give them money. I mean, I just think that this is a terrorist regime. They killed a lot of Americans. You know, they love to do that.
Yeah.
They're very
killed. So how many Americans? Before we started a war with the Iranians, inviting them to kill us, how many Americans did they kill? Does anybody have any statistics here? Or are there none? Even when they claim that it's the Iranians that killed these, it's not. It doesn't end up being them. Or if there is an attack against Americans in the Middle East, why are they in the Middle East? It's like, oh, there was a military barracks that was struck by a terrorist group in Lebanon. Really, why was the U.S. military housed in a barracks in Lebanon? What does that have to do with national security?
people, and I wouldn't want to give them money.
Yeah. So we are giving an awful lot
Israel
more
mowed the lawn on his forehead. Now, I like that. That's good. Thank you,
to get
Tuxedo Mask.
an awful lot less. I think this war was idiotic and illegal. And so
Yeah, how many Americans did Israel kill is the question. And the answer is a lot. Something like 37 in the USS Liberty alone. How many wars have we fought against Israel? I mean, I'm not against Israel, for Israel. It depends on how you want to count the statistics, but your point is well taken, Aziz. It's certainly far more than anything the Iranians have ever done to the Americans.
an off-ramp to an idiotic and illegal war is a good thing. But the
Atlantic Manic, thank you for becoming the latest and greatest YouTube member of the live stream. Tap the like, hit the subscribe button. Thanks, good guys and gals.
inferior nature of this MOU to the JCPOA demonstrates just what we said at the time, how harmful it was to this country, to the region, when Donald Trump tore up that JCPOA.
I think what President Obama did in terms of the nuclear agreement with Iran was a masterful performance of
She looks like a worn-out catcher's mitt.
diplomacy and security for our country and for the world.
Oh, my Lord.
The current occupant of the White House tearing that up and then going forward with an agreement that it fails on every score until the certainty of them not producing a weapon.
Lifetime of Jack Daniels does to your face.
In terms of us now having to come up with our share of $300 billion, lifting sanctions, waivers on their selling oil. It's a real...
I just want to beam a fucking baseball at her head and hope she catches it.
Gift to the Iranians. And what did we do? It cost us...
That's just a joke, though, okay? I don't condone violence of any kind. That's a satirical joke. Obviously, we have fun here. It's just it's comedy, it's satire, right, YouTube?
Over $100 billion. More importantly, it cost us 13 lives. And it cost the average American hundreds and hundreds of dollars at the pump. They paid the price for his mistake.
And if anyone thinks that the Iranians are going to...
Did anybody listen to a goddamn word she said? All I could do was just revile her.
make a better deal with Donald Trump than they made with Barack Obama with a challenging deal called the JCPOA 12 years ago. I hope I'm wrong, but at least when we had the Obama deal, we had eyes on their nuclear capabilities, and it was not just us, it was us, the Europeans, the Russians, and the Chinese who were on the non-Iranian side. Now Russia and China are backers of Iran. So, again,
yes,
I've always been amazed.
Yes, I am being ageist. Thank you. Thank you. Here's my take, okay? If you're a Zionist, if you're a class enemy, I reserve the right to be petty towards you for all sorts of reasons. Now sit with that. I also reject tone policing, especially when I'm being principled in my analysis towards my class enemies, okay? People that support Zionism. Bunker Cat is not among them because Bunker Cat is based and doesn't support Zionism, okay? So, yes, I can make fun of Nancy Pelosi, who's 107 years old. Her face looks like a worn-out catcher's mitt. She's a terrible human being, all right? I don't care. You can make fun of my physical appearance. It's not going to bother me, all right? So I can dish it out, and I can take it too, all right? But if you're a Zionist, if you're pro-Israel, like, I will be ableist, I'll be ageist, I'll be misogynist, I'll be... No, I won't do that. I'm just saying I have a lot of license here against Zionists, all right? Is that okay? Won't someone please think of Nancy Pelosi, all right?
Donald Trump's ability to sell stuff. But except for the most sycophantic toadies, this will go down as I believe, a disaster. And again, not my words, some of my Republican Senate friends.
I really need the administration to come explain it to us. I think there are many of us that just really want to fully understand what the administration is thinking, where they're going to go with this. I want to know what are the follow-on repercussions.
Yeah.
So I'm going to leave it at that.
Are you okay with the $300 billion rehabilitation fund?
I have to know where that money
The
is
repercussions are that we're all going to be speaking Chinese very soon.
coming from, because I don't think my constituents are going to be really happy about it if that's all U.S. taxpayer dollars. If it is their money that we are releasing, that might be a different story.
This is not
here we
the
go.
art of the deal. This is the art of surrender.
Look, see? The art of surrender. Chuck Schumer, Senate Minority Leader, Democrat, New York, protector of the state of Israel. He's butthurt that the war is over. Israel is in an existential crisis. We're not dying for Israel. This is an abomination. Wait till Chuck Schumer's lawyer hears about this.
Trump didn't get peace through strength. He got payoff.
Peace through strength. This motherfucker is parroting Nosferatu's language. There's literally no difference between Netanyahu and Chuck Schumer.
Weakness. Americans got almost nothing we wanted and needed, and Trump gave away the store. The Iranians took him to the cleaners. Look what they're getting.
Haha.
They got more control of the Strait of Hormuz. They're getting a $300 billion payoff, which we Democrats are not going to vote for. No one should vote for it. This money should be used at home, where it's needed to reduce people.
Yeah, well, where were you when we were talking about Israel receiving all our money? Where's the logic applied to Israel for that?
Costs, not as a payoff to the Iranians. He still has his missiles. The Iranians still have their missiles.
He's coping through it. He's still buffering.
Prices and gas prices will stay higher for a long time. Basically, Iran got just about everything it wanted, and we got nothing.
Oh, cry about it. Cry about it, Chuck Schumerstein.
I think it gets an incomplete grade right now, because let's face it, Iran hasn't agreed to everything. They're agreeing to negotiate about the nuclear issue.
But they still have their missiles.
We have to worry about...
They still have a way to defend their country. This is like another Holocaust.
Missile technology. You know, what's going to happen with those, the assets that were frozen? You know, is it going to be...
We can't turn Iran into a rump state.
No way you can make Iran commit to not using them to help Hezbollah or Hamas. In many respects,
But they're
JCPOA
7th century barbarians.
Okay. And you still lost?
is going to be a hard target to make because we had the Atomic Energy Agency actually in the country, and they were telling us that they were in compliance. So no deal.
This is like another hula hoop.
With Iran is perfect. I'm happy for the peace that's going to take place, hopefully, but I think it's going to be difficult to replicate. In many respects, we may be worse overall than when the war started, because the cost of going through the Strait is going.
Oh no, my shares in Lockheed Martin are only up 3%. This is like another hula hoop.
Going to be higher because of risks that are involved, and it's going to take probably a year and a half to get the energy costs back to where they were, regardless of what the president said. We've lost service members, and our economy is going to take a long time to recover.
Oh, fuck. Not the economy, guys. God damn it. I hate that when that happens. Our economy is so fucked. Max Blumenthal visited the first Gaza Holocaust memorial in the United States. Every American city should host the Wall of Tears. He says, we paid for this genocide and should reckon with it for eternity.
Max Blumenthal. I'm standing in the middle of Dearborn, Michigan at the Wall of Tears. This is a memorial to the over 18,500 children murdered.
And it's like fucking printed and like zip tied to a chain link fence. I mean, I'm not shitting on them constructing this. I'm just showing you how there's no government funding devoted to, you know, the victims of United States foreign policy. The actual victims of genocide. No, they gotta, this is what we're reduced to. Dearborn, Michigan. There's a chain link fence somewhere in Dearborn where you can read the names. It's a good start, okay? But it just shows you where we're at, you know? But travel to any American city, any downtown, and in every American city, you'll find a Holocaust museum. You know, you'll go to Washington, D.C. and find the names of the Jewish Holocaust embroidered on marble, gold-plated marble. I'm being hyperbolic, but I think you get the idea.
In the Gaza Strip by the State of Israel between October 7th, 2023 and July 2025. It was designed by an artist named Phil Bueller, and it memorializes children.
Yeah, and even 6,000 movies might be a little too, not as much as actually all the videos that we've seen. I mean, there's got to be hundreds of thousands of... It's the most documented genocide in human history. Let's just say that, right? The most documented genocide in human history. Not only documented, but documented in real time. Meaning that the media that is created depicting the genocide is immediately transmitted to other people around the world. So that it is unmistakable what is happening. And yet it's also one of the most denied, at least at this point. I don't, you know, I think most people in the world would, I mean, if you had to take a world poll, I think most people would say, oh yeah, that's a genocide.
Like Omar Shamlach, who was killed like so many children in the Gaza Strip by the Israeli apartheid military with his family. When 1-year-old Omar...
Russia and China did worse, you say? Where is this comment? Somebody said Russia and China did worse, but you know, this is bad, but you know, don't forget. Russia bad and China bad too. What war has China started in the last 45 years? Have they dropped a single bomb? What genocide did the Chinese commit? I really want to know. What genocide did the Soviet Union or the Russians commit? And don't say the fucking Holodomor. I can't find the comment. I don't know who said it, but I did see it.
Was killed.
It does exist.
3 generations of his entire family were wiped out. 10 people in one strike.
I mean, just think about that. Like that. Yeah, exactly. What aboutism? It's like you can't even just sit with this fucking crime of the century. You gotta say, Yeah, no, but also Russia, China, we should also be paying attention to that. You're a fucking goofball.
Many of these children were killed in their homes while sleeping. Of ages 1 to 18, Lian Abu Ras, 1 year old. Ghanim Abu Mailak, 14 years old. Hala Abu Sada, 14 years old. Lujain Lana Mais Al-Sisi, 10 years old. 8 years old. 6 years old. Omar Zuhair Qadri, 5 years old, killed at Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital in a strike which was falsely blamed on Palestinian resistance factions. It was actually the result of an Israeli artillery strike. Omar's father carried his body in a plastic bag afterwards. So many of them had hopes and lives to get out of the siege, like Abdullah Abu Al-Yan.
Mango Tones, I love you, but that is a bad take, okay?
Like Suzanne Massoud, who was 4 years old when she was killed. Liane Salah was killed with her brothers, her siblings. She was only 1. There are too many names. to even absorb.
And the jury's like, we in the jury find the defendant not guilty on the grounds that Russia and China also are bad.
Here, but here's one name that I think most of you will recognize. It's the name of Hind Rajab. This memorial was initially created to honor Hind Rajab, who's one of the most well-known.
And you know, she's one of the most well-known victims of this Holocaust. I think it centers on her. I mean, she stands out because of the horrifying nature, the fact that we know about it, but I'm sure all of these other names have the same stories, the same depravity, the same desperation, the same tragedy.
Victims of the Gaza genocide. 6 years old, was killed in her car by an Israeli tank crew as she sought to summon paramedics to rescue her family who were bleeding around her. An Israeli tank crew fired 335 bullets into her car, killing her family and then killing the paramedics as they attempted to rescue her, along with her cousin, Layan Hamada, who is 15 years old. As I said, the names stretch for 4 panels around this memorial. It's almost endless. These are the great-great-grandchildren and great-grandchildren of the people who were driven off their land from their homes in Palestine in 1947 and 48 by the Zionist militias in order to create what's known as the State of Israel. 750,000 people ethnically cleansed, turned into perpetual refugees, sent into Gaza. These are the children and grandchildren of the generation that grew up under siege in Gaza since 2005, who knew nothing but warfare, siege, and deprivation, living through not just 3 wars, but a genocide.
It's another thing, collective punishment against kids who weren't even alive when Hamas was elected in 2007, or at least weren't of voting age. You could say that too. Like, they had no decision making. And I'm saying that because I don't think it's not like I condemn Hamas. Okay, I don't do that. We don't do that. Hamas is the. I actually need to be careful about what I say about that, but in a video game, YouTube, of course, allegedly. But it's just that these kids had no agency. They were literally born into slavery. They were born into occupation. It's all they've ever known. And then Israel's going to collectively punish them for the crime of being born.
These are the grandchildren and great-grandchildren of the generation that grew up under occupation since 1967. And they come from a place called Palestine. They live in a place called Palestine. And to those who try to say that Palestine doesn't exist, do these children not exist?
Do these children not exist? Exactly. But hey, don't worry, because in the future, says Elon Musk, $1 trillion times $1 trillion will be spent on making antimatter to travel to other star systems. I mean, how out of touch is this fucking guy? He's like, don't worry that I have $1 trillion. That's small potatoes, all right? In the future, it's going to be trillions of dollars. And that's going to be spent on Star Trek Enterprise. This is humiliating. Did we watch this yet? This is Trump. Remember, because we've talked about this. Trump is bargaining with the Iranians. He's conceding to the Iranians. But at one point, he said, unconditional surrender. Nothing else will suffice. Someone please warn other star systems. The humans are on the way. It's not safe. Well, just look at this. Listen to this clip and tell me just how much shit is Donald Trump filled with as he tells us this.
Well, by far. Who else could have done a blockade like that? I did a naval blockade where not one ship was able to get through. Some tried. They didn't, it didn't last very long.
And it certainly brought Iran to the table more than before. However, beginning a conflict, you had talked about you only wanted unconditional surrender. And the MOU doesn't look like unconditional surrender.
Well, it really probably is unconditional surrender.
It is?
I think so.
He's like, let me just change the meaning of words. No, it probably is.
By far. Who else could have done a blockade like that? I did a naval blockade where not one ship was able to get through. Some tried. They didn't, it didn't last very long.
And it certainly brought Iran to the table more than before.
Like, let me give you this layup. Like, let me soften the blow here. You certainly brought Iran to the table more. Donald Trump's like, yeah, okay. I like that. But early on you said unconditional surrender. Well.
However, beginning a conflict, you had talked about you only wanted unconditional surrender. And the MOU doesn't look like unconditional surrender.
Well, it really probably is unconditional surrender.
But it probably is.
I think so. Well,
why do they always? It's always a journalist that like has no fortitude. Oh, it is. You said it might be unconditional surrender, but this doesn't look like unconditional surrender. He's like, well, it probably is. He's like, okay. Next question. Israel is trying to provoke Hezbollah in Iran. In the coming days, we'll have a definitive answer as to who is actually running the show, Israel or the U.S. If we start seeing rockets fly out of Tel Aviv, after all of this effort to secure this deal, only for the U.S. to turn a blind eye. Who do I sound like, by the way? We will know is Israel beyond a shadow of a doubt. I feel like I'm pretty close to Naftali Bennett's voice right there. Would you agree? Israel Cat says, nobody tell us what to do. We are the Jews and no politics. Translation, we are the fucking Jews. I will tell you is that you are a jerk, he says. No lie. I'm actually literally... Here, wait, let's see what the subtitles say. No one can tell us, and we have proven it. The Prime Minister stood a double test, and he is by his side. He also attacked with a delay. Blah, blah, blah. If Iran attacks us, we will act immediately and forcefully. We will immediately shit our diapers and get to work. The Prime Minister has stood a double test, and he is by his side. Okay. Israel Katz shats his pants. So remember the Ben Gvir tweet that said all of Lebanon must burn? Max Blumenthal responds and says Zio-Nazi torture fetishist Itamar Ben Gvir represents the linchpin of Netanyahu's coalition. He is personally responsible for the sadistic abuse, rape, and killing of untold numbers of Palestinian prisoners, as well as foreign humanitarian activists. On July 7th, Ben-Gvir plans to visit New York City. Can you believe this? What? He plans to visit New York City on July 7th to attend a UN Chief of Police Summit called Investing in Peace. Wow. The irony. The hypocrisy. So Ben-Gvir is coming to the United States on July 7th to attend a UN Chiefs of Police Summit called Investing in Peace. Arrest the Terry. Exactly. Exactamente. Exactamundo. Is he not on the fucking... Doesn't he have an arrest warrant? Or is that just... That's just Yoav Gallant and Netanyahu? How is that? He's, like, forbidden from entering France and Poland, as I understand it. But, you know, the UN itself has classified what Israel is doing as a genocide. And also said, you know, there's obviously engineered famine happening in Gaza and all this stuff. I mean, it's, you know, why are they allowing a fucking terrorist who just recently, just today, is professing his genocidal, you know, intentions? And then on top of that, the cherry on top is that it's called Investing in Peace. Here's the massive NATO-backed attack on Moscow, which demonstrates that our rulers have lost their minds. The reason for Russia's restraint is that once it retaliates against NATO, there will be no escalation control and the conflict will likely spiral into nuclear war. I mean, show of hands, how many of you all think we're in World War III right now? Because I believe it. We're witnessing the extinction burst of the American Empire. I mean, this is the culmination of some decades upon decades of terrorism. Terrorism and wars and war crimes. And apparently, I mean, we're all waiting to see what Moscow is going to do. I don't know if anybody's got any updates on that. They've got to be retaliating against Ukraine and Kiev in particular. But I was reading I'm reading a book. I'm reading a book called The Destiny of Civilization. Finance Capitalism, Industrial Capitalism, or Socialism. And it's by Dr. Michael Hudson, who's I'm trying to get onto the show. I think we'll be able to do it in July. And we're going to have a really good conversation. I hope you'll join us for that. But so last night, you know, I read a chapter of the book a night, and last night's chapter began with Iran. He's talking about financial imperialism and U.S. foreign policy and all this, that, and the other. And he centers on Iran, like kind of, I mean, this book was written in like 2022 or something. And I just, you know, it's like the Iran war is going on, and lo and behold, he's talking about Iran and how Iran was the result of this imperial logic born out of post-World War II United States. You know, remember that the United States vied to control oil-rich regions as a lever of political power. That was something that they inherited from the British and the Dutch. I mean, Holland was also doing this even before that. I mean, this has just been, you know, if you're an empire, if you're an imperial power, number one is controlling the oil in this day and age. You have to control the oil of other regions, of other markets, of other people, of other places. And Iran was actually the first major success of the CIA. It kind of kick-started this whole Cold War epic. I don't know. It kick-started the Cold War and proved to the CIA that what they're doing when they're trying to instill a regime change or conduct a coup, it can work. Iran proved that this could work, and they can copy this blueprint to other places, and indeed that's exactly what they did. They moved to Indonesia next and other places, and Guatemala, of course, and we're talking about the 50s. But before that, as I understand it, the CIA, what used to be, well, let's just say the precursor to the CIA, kind of like what the precursor to the IDF is the Haganah. The precursor to the CIA was the OSS, and I'm blanking on, I think it's the Office of something services. Let's see, OSS stands for, nope, not open, Office of Strategic Services, there it is. So this is like the overt iteration of the CIA. Like you can think of like the Office of here it is. The Office of Strategic Services is like the wartime CIA. They're conducting overt actions, and then once the war is over, World War II ends, the CIA gets created, and that's basically the OSS, but covert. It's like the covert Office of Strategic Services. Okay, so that's what it evolved into, and initially, the OSS, as it's being grown into the CIA, because a lot of the same people then start the CIA. They're trying to conduct the sabotage that they're known for today. They're trying to do all this in Eastern Europe against the Soviet Union. And they're failing. Like the Soviets are sniffing it out, and that has to do with the fact that they had Russians that actually infiltrated the OSS at the time, and so they knew about all the plans that the likes of Frank Wisner, who's like the godfather of the CIA, but he got a start in the OSS during World War II, and he was like kind of like a failure when he was in the OSS. They were trying to do all this covert action and trying to, infiltrate Eastern European, proxy states of the Soviet Union, trying to flip them, turn them, capitalist and kick out the communists. But they were failing, and I forget, maybe it was Romania or some of these places in Eastern Europe. I think Romania was chief among them, but it failed. Okay, so that's the point, and then they switched to Iran. And so Iran, the point I'm trying to make is that Iran was the first success. So Iran in 1951 elected Mossadegh, however you want to say it, who wanted to institute a land tax. And he wanted to nationalize the Anglo-Persian oil company. That's why he was elected. The Iranians wanted to nationalize the Anglo-Persian oil company. I'm pretty sure that is the exact name of the conglomerate that was in charge of basically expropriating the oil reserves or the oil resources in Iran. So it's called the Anglo-Persian Oil Company, founded in okay, so that's exactly what it's called. British company founded in 1909 following the discovery of a large oil field in Iran, present-day Iran. So the British government purchased 51% of the company in 1914, gaining a controlling number of shares, effectively nationalizing the company. So Mossadegh was going to kick out or at least nationalize the Anglo-Persian oil company. And of course, this is, tantamount to starting a war against the Americans, or against the Americans and the English. And initially, Winston Churchill at the time, this is 1951, okay? 1951, Churchill was insisting to Harry Truman, the U.S. president at the time, to depose Mossadegh and, basically do this coup against Iran because, but here's the thing. Truman balked at this initially. The Americans balked under the Truman administration. Truman balked at this suggestion or this insistence by Churchill to coup the Iranians because he viewed he, being Truman, viewed Iran as a nationalist bulwark against communism. However, Eisenhower, the subsequent president after Truman, was much more receptive to the idea because he viewed nationalism and communism as essentially the same thing, since both of them advocated for what's known as agrarian land reform, and you can put that other ways too. But essentially what that means is that the indigenous people of that country are trying to nationalize their economy. They're kicking out foreign investments, foreign control and occupation over their land and resources. So that's called agrarian land reform. So again, Truman didn't want this to happen. Eisenhower did, and that's interesting because he viewed basically communists and Muslims as the same thing. But that's, they're not. But in the context of U.S. imperialism, there is a connection there because, the people that we're imperializing, whether they're Muslim or communist, they don't want to be imperialized. They don't want to give up their country. They don't want to give up their resources. They don't want to be under occupation. But to the Americans, it's like, oh, well, Islam, Muslim, communist, same thing. They both hate us because we're trying to, control them. And all of this that I'm telling you is essentially the same message that is expressed in the book, The Jakarta Method. And if you haven't read that book by Vincent Bevins, I encourage you to do so. It's a very great book. And I know everyone talks about that book, and with good reason. But this is exactly what happened to Indonesia. In that, America just can't tolerate communists, can't tolerate people that are, trying to appropriate their own resources for themselves and save their country, whether they're whatever religion that they're celebrating. But it turns out that a lot of the oil that we want is in the Middle East, and a lot of the Middle Easterners are Muslims. So let's just say, oh, it's Muslim. Islam is the problem. But Sukarno, if you'll remember, was the democratically elected, socialist-leaning, left-leaning president of Indonesia. He was actually the first president of Indonesia following World War II, after they kicked out, they kicked out the fucking Dutch. I think they kicked out the Japanese. They kicked out the Americans. In that time of war, that is like the Dutch historically colonized Indonesia. And then in World War II, you had like the Americans, controlling Indonesia. You had the Japanese. It changed hands, and so, the Indonesians, the actual indigenous Indonesians, have been fucked with by a number of different imperial powers, depending on what part of history you're talking about. But Sukarno was trying to play this game. He sincerely believed in the 1950s that he would be successful in staying non-aligned. He would be able to fence sit, was his thinking, between two world powers who held completely antithetical economic systems from each other, the U.S. and the Soviet Union. There was capitalism at one pole, there was socialism at the other. And the lesson from history is that you don't negotiate with terrorists. Never negotiate with savage, usurious capitalists. Like Henry Kissinger said, it's bad to be an enemy of the United States, but it's fatal to be its friend, or something like that. And Sukarno thought he could toe the line. But the CIA infiltrated his military and was successfully able to not only remove him from office in 1965, but kill 1 million Indonesians in the process, whom they deemed political dissidents. And when we say political dissidents, or what Trump calls radical Marxists, that's just a euphemism for working stiffs like you and me, trying to raise their family, trying to afford the cost of living, and who have some ideas about how to get that done politically. And this is where the CIA innovated their tactic of disappearing people. This is where it was like carried out. That's why it's called the Jakarta Method. They were like, wow, that worked really well. We killed all these people. We were able to implement the guy that we wanted, the dictator, General Suharto. So don't be confused. There's Sukarno and there's Suharto. Suharto is the one that replaced Sukarno. He was, a fascist CIA-backed dictator. His reign lasted for decades, from 1967 to 1998. And killed many people. I'm not even sure if Indonesia has ever reconciled the Suharto dictatorship. It may very well be that because there was never any revolution in Indonesia after Suharto, it's still kind of like the same status quo happening, and the United States is still very much the mother state of Indonesia. I don't know much about Indonesian politics as it stands now, but that is my guess as to how that country's being run till today. So they've never really reconciled, all the genocide that happened in Indonesia, killing a million plus. So these people would disappear only to be found later on some beach on some island in Indonesia, bodies upon bodies. And relatives they would hear about this beach. They'd have to go walk among the dead that lay on the shore and try to identify, was that Gary? Have you seen Stephen? Where's Melissa? They're trying to find their loved ones. Not to make light of that, it's obviously an awful tragedy. 1 million disappeared in the span of 3 or 4 months, the end of 65 to the beginning of 66. So that got me thinking about Laura Loomer, going back to this, the reason that I showed you all that about the Indonesians is just to show you that you can't play both sides. When you're talking about capitalists, you can think that you can be unaligned and you can maintain your authenticity, but ultimately they view that as a threat. And they killed the Communist Party, as I understand it, in Indonesia at the time in the 60s was the third largest communist party in the entire world, behind the Soviet Union and China. So it was like Soviet Union, China, and then Indonesia. And Sukarno, it's not Suharto, but Sukarno was sympathetic to the communists. He was sympathetic to that coalition in his government, or that. Because there were, people in his government that were part of the Communist Party and everything. And the leader of the Communist Party, I wonder, he's got a funny name. Let's see if I can find it. Who was the leader of the Communist Party in Indonesia in 1965? What is his name? D.N. Aidit. Dipa Nusantara Aidit. So this guy takes a trip to Beijing. He meets with Chairman Mao. He's trying to get some tutelage, from Mao, who was successfully, he successfully kicked out the Americans. He had the blueprint for how to get it done. You want a successful communist revolution. You want to be able to thwart imperialism. You want to be able to counter the United States. Well, Chairman Mao knows how to get that done. And what did Mao tell the leader of the Communist Party of Indonesia at the time? He said, you better arm yourselves. You're dealing with the fucking Americans, all right? You've got to arm your party, your political party. But again, history being the way that it is, we can Monday morning quarterback this and say, yeah, Mao was right. It's kind of like the meme that happens now. And he was. Because had the leader of the Communist Party actually followed that advice, it's hard to say that the Americans and, their class of collaborators in the Indonesian military that ultimately carried these tactics out, that were implemented or at least learned from by the CIA, who trained them, maybe they would have been saved. Maybe there wouldn't have been a bloodbath. Maybe Indonesia would look a lot different today, but sadly that is not the case. He didn't take the advice, and look at this, he was killed November of 1965 at the height of the coup. And I'm sure Mao was like, oh, you So that's a lesson from history. Anyway, so going back to Eisenhower's comment that, he viewed whether it's Muslims or communists, they're the same thing because they both want to they both want to control their land, and that is a bridge too far for the Americans. So, we'll just lump them together. And you think Islamic communist, Islamicist communist, we still hear this shit today. And it got me thinking about Laura Loomer, of all people. Specifically her, because she frequently talks about the Red-Green Alliance. Remember that? And the red is communism, of course, and the green must be, Hamas. Red-Green Alliance is an alliance of red, often social democratic or democratic socialist parties, with green, occasionally agrarian parties. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe they're saying that it's. It ultimately boils down to Islamic communist, basically, because they both, advocate for the same things according to Dwight Eisenhower. But anyway, she talks about the Red-Green Alliance. We take that to mean the Muslim Communist Alliance, which is that's a talking point out of the right. And is this not the very thing that Eisenhower feared in 1953? So Islamist is a catch-all that just means indigenous Arabs who don't wish to be colonized. The whole thing is just so laughable and obvious on the face of it to anyone with 3 working brain cells. The propaganda has never changed, I think, is what my ultimate point is here. These ghouls are still saying the same shit, thinking it's the 1950s. And that's why I say we are witnessing a world-changing moment here. This would have been unthinkable in the 90s, and I know that because I grew up in the 90s. This is something we in the West have long feared and alluded to, the rise of China. Because, we've been in that epic for so long. It's been decades upon decades. Lifetimes have been born and died, and we're still stuck here. We haven't budged an inch. We're still saying the same shit. Red-Green Alliance, Islamist, communist, radical, Marxist, extremist, all this shit. We haven't moved an inch after all that time. But the problem is that it's not the 1950s anymore. It's 2026. It's the 21st century. The world's moved on. This shit doesn't fly like it once did. So now to the countries and places around the world that we have imperialized. And let's be clear, when I say imperialized, I mean financially, mainly, because imperialism is purely an economic phenomenon. Foreign investment, resource extraction, cooing governments, installing puppet regimes, paying off VIP collaborators in the military, government, and economy to sell off their state property and state resources to private American transnationals like Chevron, BP, mainly at the time, all of these oil conglomerates. And I'm still talking about Michael Hudson's chapter, okay? Just in case you're lost. I know I'm kind of ranting and rambling, and there is a thread here, though, I promise you. So I'm just saying it's important to note just how closely linked these corporations are with the government. They are capable of infiltrating these foreign markets solely because of the U.S. military and the backing of the U.S. government, who encourages these corporations to do so. And I think it's important to remind people that financial imperialism is very real. I know people hear that word imperialism and their eyes glaze over. But it's the world we live in, baby. Predatory capitalism, everything's debt leveraged, debt trapped. The whole point is to turn all other countries into debt slaves, working on the corporate plantation, one-stop cash crop societies. Think about it. When I say Congo, what comes to mind? That's right, cobalt. When I say Chile, you think what? Lithium. When I say Taiwan, you say microchips. When I say Iran, you think oil. China, consumer electronics and, well, everything. Venezuela, again, oil. Israel. Yeah, that's right. Gang rape. You get the idea. So, moving on. I don't really have a good segue out of that segment there, but let's take a look at the Discord. What do you say? We've got something from Haxel, who says, just watch as much as you want. Basically, the SDS was infiltrated by the CIA and made the leaders take I and take L, and then they became the Weathermen and did a bunch of violent shit instead of creating a real socialist party in the States, destroying it. This is why there is no real party.
By the early summer of 1969, suspected CIA agent Jim Mellon and his close Michigan SDS associate Bill Ayers suggested a new national group be formed within the SDS organization. Mellon and Ayers wrote an essay they called the Weatherman Manifesto. The statement was 25,000 words. CIA think tank writers
See, you can think of your own things. That's right. Israel, you could think organ harvesting.
or can be long-winded. Mellon and Ayers then got a committee of 9 others to sign off on it, including Karen Ashley, Jeff Jones, Mark Rudd, Steve Tappis, Bernadine Dorn, and John Jacobs Jingleheimer.
John Jacob Jingleheimer? All right, I don't know. That's a little too slow going for my taste. My mind is on fire right now. I need action. I've heard fucking silly. Okay? It's fucking silly. Let's take a look at Al Jazeera for a second, see if there's any updates.
Overall, Sri Lanka has had a tough time. It's just recent couple of years being really difficult and just beginning to get on its feet. So
There are a number of issues, such as the clearing of the Strait of Hormuz and other
thank you, Bear G.
issues such as that the Iranians will have to accomplish before they'll be allowed the funds that they so
Time
desperately
flies,
need.
that's right.
So this is, as Vice President J.D. Vance has said all along, this is very much a conditions-based, milestone-based MOU to get to through the next 60 days.
Let's get some other news now. At least one person has died and 89 injured after a train crash in an area north of London. Emergency services
North of
responded to
London
the scene
town.
where 2 passenger
Cheery
trains
old
collided
London town.
near the
What a
city of
tragedy.
Bedford. The incident happened during peak hour. East Midlands.
Man, I'm afraid to go outside these days. Everybody's dropping like flies. I feel like we're in like a massive die-off extinction event. It's like if you just like zoomed out, like what would aliens like approaching Earth think about what's happening right now? There's war, there's genocides because there's 2 genocides now. There's just famine. There's so many humanitarian crises in the world. And I think when there's a lot of death happening in certain locales on Earth, that shit spills over. I feel like death is like a lot closer to all of us. I mean, I hate to be all doomer. I don't mean to. I wish you safety and health and long years. Of course. I just think, well, look at all this shit that's happening, They got Oliver Tree. Helicopters are falling out of the sky. You got, just don't go to Brazil. Maybe just don't go to Brazil. Definitely don't go bungee jumping in Brazil. They're chucking people off of bridges. I'm scared. I will never step foot in a helicopter. Can we stop? Can we just can you make me a promise? Don't take a helicopter ride. Don't even get in a helicopter, even if it doesn't move. They're little death traps. Maybe don't even, I don't know. I'm scared to even get in a car these days. I don't know what's happening. R.I.P. Kobe, yeah. Every time I hear about another famous person getting killed in a helicopter, I'm like, ugh, why? Why are we still getting into helicopters? It's 2026. That's awful. It's like It's like the worst nightmare. Because you have literally no control. It's scary. I don't even think I'll fly on a plane at this point. Or even a horse-driven carriage. You saw that in Central Park. Somebody died. 2 carriages, like, spontaneously combusted. No, it was a crash. But you're absolutely right. Nobody's safe these days.
Railway.
Two evils which they realize are closely interconnected.
If there's ever a story that comes out that says Rathbone dies after bungee jumping off of just know that was the Mossad, because there's absolutely no chance in hell I will ever climb the north face of Mount Eiger or board a helicopter or bungee jump or skydive. I ain't doing none of that shit, all right? I have an exquisitely boring life, and I intend to keep it that way. I don't need the thrill. I don't need high-stakes thrills, thank you. I'll just take a book and a nice cup of coffee. Let me learn some things. I like to exercise my mind. That's it. I have trouble, like, getting up and, like, going to the opposite side of the room just to grab something. I have to really want that thing. Because if it doesn't meet that threshold, I'm like, fuck it. I'm too comfortable. So yeah, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Don't do stupid shit, please. Just play video games. You can have the character jump off the cliff, and then you can be like, wee, and then you don't have to die in the end. You will live to play another day. Okay, well, just, all I'm trying to say is don't go in a helicopter, all right? I think flying, for the most part, is pretty safe. I really thought, I've had so many close calls flying. I thought on the way back from the Middle East when I went to Doha, I thought we were gonna go down over the Adriatic Sea. It was a huge plane, and I've never had a plane do what that did. It was just like a roller coaster. It was like, I was like, okay, this is it. This is it. I hate that so much. I just avoid those kinds of situations now. I can't even walk down the stairs without hurting myself, I'm physically illiterate. Is that a thing?
Great for our soccer in Texas. Kids absolutely wild over it.
There's enough danger in my home life, okay? I live with a cat.
USA coach Mauricio Pochettino
Nothing is safe.
Has already demanded his players dream big at this World Cup. The fans here are certainly doing that. Paul Rees, Al Jazeera, Dallas.
You were too young to remember your first airplane ride, huh? Well, I will always remember your mother's first mustache ride. All right, never mind.
Turkey head coach.
I tried to work it in. It didn't work. I'm sorry. That was...
Vincenzo Montella has accused some elements in the Turkish media and football sphere of scientifically creating an atmosphere of chaos ahead of his team's Group D match against Paraguay a little bit later.
Does anybody give a shit about the World Cup? Unless Iran wins it, I don't care.
Signs a peace deal with Iran, and today the mainstream media is like, we actually want more war.
How you characterize this kind of settlement other than the Iran...
The only thing I would say to that is that, yes, you are 9 times more likely to die in a car than in a car crash than a plane crash. But that's also because more people ride around in cars. And, you know, not every car crashes are survivable. A plane crash, not so much. So when planes crash, there's like 100% non-survival rate. But car crashes, not the same story.
Iranians got what they wanted, the Americans didn't, and that's where we're going from here.
And then, Hagar, what does that mean for the Lebanese?
Yeah, it's a disaster, actually, in so many ways. So Tom mentioned here that...
I know the stream got really dark. We're going to save it, though. We're all light and love here, people. Don't forget to tap that like and subscribe to the page. We are headed for beautiful, bright times. Life is wonderful. Live, laugh, love is what I always say. So just out with the bad and with the good. Let's recenter ourselves. Remember, we're in a safe space. There's nothing but love. We all love each other. That's why we're swapping fluids. Nope. Just kidding.
That the Israelis are now being held back. And it sounds, a lot of people, it sounds like a ceasefire would be a good thing, right? Normally that sounds like something you'd want in Lebanon or anywhere. But
However, we're talking about the Jews here. Yes, normally under normal conditions, ceasefires are, advantageous and desirable. However, there is a loophole.
Fact is that
normally ceasefire is, you think of that as a very good thing, but in this situation, we need to continue to...
I'm going to refund you your $2 for this comment.
Blow up civilian apartments for what reason? Iran warns of the cancellation of all upcoming negotiations, reimposing the full Hormuz blockade and responding with missiles over the direct violation of the U.S.-Iran MOU's first clause, with Israel continuing military aggressions in southern Lebanon, including last night, despite explicit commitment from the first clause to end the war and guarantee Lebanese sovereignty. Our greatest enemy is not Iran, it's not Russia, it's not China.
No.
Our greatest enemy is Israel. So yesterday, Trump signed...
That's not what Pete Hegseth told me. I can't stand anyone who complains about how expensive things have gotten. Potatoes are $5 a pound? Eat a potato for every meal. Boom. Your job sucks? Become a neurosurgeon. There's tons of YouTube videos. Boom. No excuses. You just got to grind harder. The reason everything is so expensive and dysfunctional in the United States is because all of the most basic elements of our society are owned, controlled, and run by gangs of criminals in business suits. This is what living next to a data center sounds like. Christ.
Reconciliation at I-58, 59.
It's going to be like, oh, I need the whir of the data center just to fall asleep.
The 60s.
Noise pollution, including air pollution, including water pollution. This sound emits from the data center 24/7 as measured from a person's porch. I'd be so pissed if they built a data center next to my home. It's like I'm beginning to understand Hamas. We've been informed that the video posted here is an edited version of content. We've reached out to Aya directly and appreciate her calling. Whatever. All right, what's going on here, guys?
Why did Netanyahu just tweet this? In a work meeting with the head of Mossad. From Axios, top White House officials believe New York Times reporters Maggie Aberman and Jonathan Swamp obtained audio recordings of the Situation Room meetings for their new book. So my question is, where did they get this recording from?
The Israelis spy on the United States. They've always spied on the United States.
Do we spy on them also?
No. And that's written in stone at the CIA. We do not spy on Israel. But they openly spy on us.
So Clinton, right, with his Monica Lewinsky situation,
Yes.
says Gordon Thomas, a Welsh journalist living in Dublin, claims that long before Kenneth Starr, he was the prosecutor on the Monica Lewinsky case, had ever heard of Monica Lewinsky, Israel's intelligence service was in possession of tapes containing 30 hours worth of intimate talk between President Clinton and his young intern. Thomas also asserts that Jerusalem was holding these tapes either for possible blackmail or to protect its mole in the White House, codenamed Mega. So like even before the Monica Lewinsky scandal broke,
They were already on them.
I think the Israelis are involved in leaking this transcript
For
to
sure.
these New York Times reporters. And then now they're putting it out in opportune time because
How they can blow up the peace deal.
Indeed, they are trying like hell. What's going on?
חברים, תראו איזה הזיות. תראו איזה אלימות. חברים, זה כל הרגליים שלו מגואלות בדם.
So this post is very misleading. This post frames these protesters as moral resistors of Israeli violence, but it omits the fact that the protest concerns draft exemptions and a community that has long exercised religious and political influence within Israeli society. Yeah, these Zionists that are getting attacked are not good. It's not like they're anti-Zionists. They're not protesting the Israeli occupation or the genocide. They're protesting the fact that they have to be conscripted into the army when historically they are supposed to be above that. The video invites viewers to see them as standing against Palestinian oppression when the actual issue being protested is conscription. So if you didn't know, now you know. And if you didn't know, now you know that SpaceX is now worth more than Amazon and didn't even make a profit last year. And remember when we talk about financialization of capital, how there's really no rhyme or reason. There's no tangible value to the finance sector and its overblown net worth. SpaceX didn't even record a profit last year, and it's already richer than Amazon. SpaceX just went public, and it's already worth $2.75 trillion according to the stock market. That makes it more valuable than Amazon, Walmart, and Tesla. But while Amazon made $77 billion last year and is likely to make even more this year, SpaceX profits were negative $5 billion. So why is it still a company? Like, why is it still viable and solvent? Well, that's because of you and me. Some people are excited to invest in SpaceX, and rules have been changed to pour money into the company's stock, but Musk's company now has an unheard of ratio of here it is. Sorry, I burped. An unheard of ratio of theoretical value. Remember, the Goyim deal in the real world, the Jew speculates on the future markets of the AI industry, for example. So it's all theoretical value. It's a bubble. There's no actual profit making. There's nothing being produced that is profitable. That's just one really important distinction that I want to make clear to you that I'm learning about. And I've always known, we've always known this is a scam. We know it's a Ponzi scheme. We know it's a grift. But Michael Hudson's making this abundantly clear in his book. The age of industrial capitalism, the advent of finance capitalism, how the economy is no longer tied and tethered to actually producing things. We have deindustrialized. That's why China is winning. They are the industrial producers of the economy. That's how the United States itself got rich, especially during World War II. We became a manufacturing powerhouse. We stratified, the economy to, anchor itself to the war machine or to become a war economy, and we became an industrial powerhouse while the rest of the world was getting ravaged and devastated. We were, no attacks were made on the contiguous border of the United States. in World War II. So we became an industrial powerhouse. We achieved sole creditor status after World War II. We were able to finance the rebuilding of Europe, for example, and other places. And but that's no longer the case, you know. And this is a process that I think, you know, had its origins in World War I guess in the modern state, or this modern context. It began in World War I with the rise of the financier banking sector in its current state. And remember, you also know that around that time the Federal Reserve was created in 1913, which was another mechanism for the finance sector to wrest control of the government policies, of the monetary and fiscal policy of the U.S. Treasury. So you remember the U.S. Treasury is a democratically run institution. I mean, in theory, it's, you know, populated by officials that were elected by the people. However, the Federal Reserve is not. The Federal Reserve is a private bank, and it's controlled by a consortium of private banks, commercial banks, J.P. Morgan Chase, Citibank, Wells Fargo, Goldman Sachs, et cetera, et cetera. All the heads of these financial institutions actually run the Federal Reserve. They use the Federal Reserve to control interest rates, tax rates, money creation, credit creation, and all of that credit that gets created. It all goes to the banking sector. It all goes to finance more debt. So we have this huge debt overhead, and nothing's actually going into production anymore. We're not investing in produce. We're not investing in innovating supply chains. Thick Cheeks, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I appreciate your cheer there. We're not investing in the goods and services producing sector of the economy. It's going to the financial sector. And that is, like I said, to service more debt. That's not to actually produce things. So the whole thing is just inflated. It's a big bubble. It's going to pop. It's fake. It's a Ponzi scheme. And we're losing. We're losing to China. All right. SpaceX officially surpasses Microsoft to become the fourth largest public company in the world, now worth $2.95 trillion. And how and why? Because of government contracts? Because of our money? Because of NASA? You know, it's like NASA was the government institution that was, you know, financed by the taxpayers. And now NASA is awarding private institutions like SpaceX with all these contracts to carry out all these activities and business ventures. And so it's, you know, the space industry is being privatized as well. And that's what SpaceX is here to do. So Amazon's profits were $78 billion last year. SpaceX lost $5 billion last year. SpaceX's market cap is $2.75 trillion. Amazon's is $2.65 trillion. So that just tells you
the whole scheme.
That just tells you that there's no relation to the cost of production and shareholder price or profit making or corporate revenue. It's all speculative. So did Elon Musk just rig the stock market? Let's take a look at this clip.
Hinges on something you've probably heard of: index funds. A good chunk of American retirement savings are tied to them. You pick a fund, it picks an index, which picks the stocks. You don't think about it. That's the point. Index funds are supposed to be safe. Passive. The rules are the rules. Except, if you look closely, the rules seem like they're being rewritten to make people like Elon Musk fabulously wealthy at everyone else's expense.
Every piece of evidence we have is that the IPO is being engineered to rise very rapidly after it prices and then fall very dramatically after that. That is a recipe for retail investors especially to take large losses.
I like the metaphor of the rocket going up and then going down, crashing, as it pertains to the economy itself. This is a funny story. Trump gave $14 million to a company with 0 Google reviews to paint the reflecting pool, and now it's full of algae. In May, the Trump administration awarded a $14.2 million no-bid contract to Atlantic Industrial Coatings to paint the reflecting pool blue. According to the New York Times, the company has previously renovated a pool at one of the president's golf clubs. An analysis conducted by the National Park Service found that Atlantic Industrial Coatings is earning a 20% profit margin for their work on the pool, when the typical profit margin for similar contracts is 6 to 12%. The company has never been awarded a government contract before. The Parks Services has labeled the contract amount excessive, and now the reflecting pool is filled with algae, while workers are actively dumping hydrogen peroxide into it. Oh, that's going to do it. Yeah, that's going to do it. Oh, yeah. A little more. They're literally dumping hydrogen peroxide into the reflecting pool. Guys are doing a bang-up job. It's going to work like a charm. They kept being like, liberals haven't mentioned how Trump fixed the reflecting pool, and it turns out he fucked it up. They should inject some ivermectin into the pool. Why not? Just for good measure. Y'all, not to be a huge nerd, but for the reflecting pool, you would need a minimum of about 8,000 liters of 12% hydrogen peroxide to reach the 50 parts per million concentration to kill algae. I was about to say, like, that looks very sparse an amount. Given that we just learned how huge this reflecting pool is. It's larger, it's longer than any skyscraper in the U.S. Is this what happens when you have 0 scientists in your administration? It's possible. China knows how to deal with billionaires, by the way. Elon Musk became the world's first trillionaire because America refuses to put oligarchs on a leash. We live at a moment when the financial elite have gained enormous power over everything that happens in the political and economic spheres. Power comparable only to the robber barons of the 19th century. Or perhaps actual feudal barons. But what if there was another way? Well, there is, and it's China. Whereas the American political system has allowed billionaires to bend the government to their will, China has done just the opposite. Just consider the case of Jack Ma. With an estimated net worth of $25 billion, Ma is the closest thing China has to a Musk or Bezos figure. But where Musk and Bezos have been able to put their thumbs on the scale of U.S. politics, Ma has been immediately slapped down when he's tried meddling in Chinese politics in a similar way. In the wake of the antitrust crackdown on his businesses, Ma lost more than half of his net worth, and he's not the only one. According to Business Insider, China has 432 ex-billionaires whose wealth and power have waned since 2021, thanks to a combination of market downturns and Communist Party intervention. Commonly held Communist W, if you will. What if the U.S. government had done to Elon Musk what the Chinese government did to Jack Ma? Say, in 2022, when Musk's plan to buy Twitter and remake it into his own image started to move forward. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Gus TX Broadcast, for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. We're just talking about the current state of affairs and this Perfect Union. Oh, this is Current Affairs, actually. Current Affairs magazine has this post. I thought it was Perfect Union. That's right. You've entered the bone zone. Hide your mothers. Your mothers are not safe. Call your mother. Tell her you love her. These are unsafe times. Especially when I'm streaming. We wouldn't want her smitten by my boyish good looks and charming wit. There was some discussion back then about American regulators suing to prevent the $44 billion sale, but nothing came of it. Imagine someone had arrested Musk when he openly bribed Pennsylvanians with an entry in a $1 million raffle in exchange for registering to vote in 2024, for instance. Oh, yeah, that's right. He did do that. Or when he did the same thing in Wisconsin judicial race last year, which his candidate lost, if you'll remember that. And then he was, like, booted out of the Trump admins, out of the administration. If Musk had been given the Jack Ma treatment, a major social media platform would not have transformed into a cesspool of racism and misogyny, and there might not be a President Trump today. Okay. What the hell is going on in Delaware? The tiny state is home to 2/3 of the Fortune 500. What the hell? It says I think my OBS is crashing. Are we still live? I got a weird update on my phone. I mean, on my computer. JFK, I'm going to, I'm calling your mother. Sorry, I had a weird message that said OBS is going to shut down right now, and then I hit cancel. I don't know, something happened. All right, we're still here though. Isn't Delaware a tax haven? Yes, it is. It's they have I think they're going to talk about it actually. The way it's so easy to register an LLC in Delaware, even if your business isn't located in Delaware, and that's all to avoid taxes. Most people think of Wall Street as the headquarters of American capitalism, but thanks to a unique set of business-friendly laws, Delaware has earned the title Corporate Capital of America. A staggering 50% of publicly traded companies in the United States are incorporated there. With a total population of less than 1.1 million people, fewer people than live in Dallas, Texas, the state holds nearly twice as many legal entities as human beings. So there's millions of legal entities that outnumber actual humans in this state. Here we go. Registering an LLC in Delaware is remarkably easy. You can also do it anonymously. The first step is hiring a Delaware-based agent who will receive legal mail on your behalf. These agents allow you to write their office address on any documents, meaning your actual location is kept secret and your name is not revealed. Because Delaware doesn't require the identities of LLC owners or managers to appear on the public certificate of formation, only one person in the world needs to know you've set up shop there, the guy you hired to put his name on all the paperwork. Isn't this just, like, so criminal? The real benefactors of this loophole are far from mom-and-pop establishments. Take, for example, the largest kleptocracy case in history. Starting in 2009, Malaysian Prime Minister Najib Razak and several associates began laundering billions of dollars using a web of offshore bank accounts and shell companies, including 8 anonymous LLCs incorporated in Delaware. Now, what the fuck does the Malaysian Prime Minister have business in Delaware for? The money was spent on luxury properties, a 300-foot super yacht, fine art by Monet and Van Gogh, and ironically, the financing of Hollywood films like The Wolf of Wall Street. The now defunct Backpage.com was incorporated in Delaware too. Over 90% of the site's revenue was generated by its adult services section, which basically operated as a prostitution platform. Don't get too excited, Saeed. Saeed is booking his trip to Delaware as we speak. Actually, he doesn't need to do that because it's all online. It was also discovered to be facilitating the trafficking of minors. Cancel your trip. Despite lawsuits alleging child abuse beginning in 2011, the company remained in good standing with the state for 7 more years until federal authorities finally seized the forum. Backpage.com. Backpage.com. Who would have thought? Should have called it backdoor.com. MTG is a Delawarean? Did you have to look up how they're classified? You didn't know that off the top of your head, that they're called Delawareans? I would have said Delawareans. The Delawanese. Oh, man. What were we talking about? Okay, of course, not all Delaware companies are laundering money or trafficking children. Many of the state's corporate residents are household names like Google, Amazon, Meta, and Walmart. While some of them might be linked to labor abuse in different ways, the biggest draw for these corporations is in anonymity. They're here for Delaware's Court of Chancery, a specialized business court that hears corporate cases without juries. There you go. They rig the judicial system while they're at it, too. Don't come for us. If we're in Delaware, we're fucking you up, okay? We've got corporate lawyers. We got a corporate court that's going to hear the case. Fuck you. Delaware has built an economy out of convincing businesses to exist there on paper, resulting in a place whose largest export is chemicals and whose largest import is corporations themselves. If we are serious about confronting corporate power in America, we got to call in an airstrike on Delaware. Just kidding. That's just a joke. I do not advocate for any harm on the fine Delawanese. Of fine people, truly. That's where Joe Biden's from. Delaware. The fine state of Delaware. Hi. I'm in Delaware. The Delawartians. Remember that scene in Wayne's World? All right, have you ever wondered what would happen if you traveled to the speed of light?
Physics. However...
Hell yeah, Gus. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. Everybody follow Gus TX Broadcast on Twitch. Have to check out your streams. I'm just hearing about you.
The downside...
Have a good night.
...is that if you came back to the Earth at that speed to tell everybody what you'd found...
Don't forget to hydrate.
...and at least 4 million years would have passed on the Earth.
Oh, boy.
So we could, in principle, explore the galaxy and beyond. But getting to chat to everybody about what you found is forbidden by the structure of the universe. Just the way that relativity works. That if you travel close to the speed of light.
All right. You didn't need to know that, but now you do know it. So you're welcome.
At their past.
Hallelujah!
Sever their ties to their families, community.
Let's go back to your suggestions here. Kim Jong-un.
Kim Jong-un are wondering why not invited a war. I have long-range nuclear frog missiles, and I'm ready to roll. But Putin and Maduro know I'm me to pray. Iranians rock my cause. Even the Chinese, they will not call back. They not call back. It's Kim. I still have Arabon to protect Iran. For the bad Americans and Zionist attacks. You don't need help over in Iran. Let me ask.
No comment.
I Kim Jong-un are wondering why.
I'm not dying for Israel.
You can't say that.
I'm not dying.
That's the chosen people.
I'm not dying.
Those are the chosen
I'm
ones.
not dying.
You have to
I'm
go
not
die.
dying.
Get
for
in the
Israel.
box. Get in the box.
No.
Get in the box. Crunch.
I'm not doing it.
Crunch. They're chosen. They're chosen.
They're chosen. Hee hee hoo hoo ha ha.
My cousin Earl.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Nuttin' on you.
I am the king of
on you.
being an unemployed bum. Went to the island, rated E for everyone. Hillbilly hell, hella slugs, hella guns. Got an erection but couldn't even nut. Put her in a hearse if she doesn't make my lunch. Out the window shooting at the liberal scum. When I sleep, I go back to Vietnam. I might vomit because the army said I couldn't ride their horse around. I snore cobwebs, I eat dog shit, and I shower with my cousin Kyle. And by my accent, you know who I vote. And the 12-gauge shotgun's what I told. My ex-wife said I gotta go. I said no, no, no. My cousin Earl
Turned out better than I thought it would. I'm not.
I thought it was a good game. I thought in the beginning Israel was better, but now Mali is getting is destroying them. I think Israel is not bad. Israel.
You had to know, just even before you knew who it was and where he was from, you had to know Israel, right? Butting into somebody else's conversation, stealing somebody else's thunder, stealing the attention. If they're not stealing something, I mean, do they even exist?
It's not bad, but I think Mali is going to destroy them. No, I'm just talking about football. I'm just talking about football.
It's perfect because, like, nobody was talking about Israel or politics or whatever, and then they make it about that, and so it's like, all right, let's do that then. It's like free Palestine.
Okay? Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine.
Why do they all look like that? It was like Bargain Bin Netanyahu and his wife, right? Sarah. Bibi and Sarah. Bargain Bin, Bibi and Sarah, right there.
Colombians should be able to decide their future, not Washington, not Quito, or any other external actor. Colombia has a long and documented history of rampant electoral fraud to secure its power, especially from the right, from vote buying, forced voting, coercion, ballot tampering, and many other things. But I think the biggest violation here is what you're talking about, this huge foreign interference and meddling in its election and sovereignty by the Trump administration and many other actors in the region. Just before the election, Colombia's government formally actually accused Ecuadorian President Daniel Noboa of
This music makes me think I'm in the Thomas Crown affair.
interfering. Abelardo de Las Vegas himself bragged about meeting with Marco Rubio, and we know what that meeting could have been about. This public endorsement by Trump of de Las Vegas and his support, that's not a subtle signal. It's really a tactic that has been repeated by Trump in the region more than once. And Colombia has historically been Washington's closest strategic ally in South America. So when a sitting U.S. president tells basically Colombians which candidate would enjoy the backing of the U.S., many people obviously see it as inappropriate and a violation of their sovereignty and electoral process.
Okay. Now comes now comes the portion of the stream where you watch me eat kiwi out of a cup. And not just any cup, but a golden chalice. All right. Look at that. I even have the skin on it still because it's healthy. Mmm. It's great. Mmm. Mmm, that's good. Nice and sour. Sorry. Wow. Mmm. Cheers. That was tasty. Oh my god. Mmm. Wow. It was so good. Mmm.
You know about sexual predators and things like that. I mean,
You are one.
All right, I was going to say that, but it's true.
I've never seen that. He got called a sexual predator, and he's like, yeah, well.
What do you look like, Ivanka? Has anyone ever told you that? I'm saying, is that Ivanka? Could you just turn around for the camera? Does she look like Ivanka? You look just like Ivanka, which is
Parody, Mike, that is deeply anti-Semitic of you. Watch yourself, okay?
a great compliment.
Said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know?
Oh, it's so weird.
What's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well,
We both have pussies.
I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that.
By the way, your daughter,
She's beautiful.
can I say this? A piece of ass.
Yeah.
She looks more voluptuous than ever.
She's actually always been very voluptuous.
My daughter,
is.
Ivanka.
Yeah.
She's 6 feet tall. She's got the best body.
And then wife Marla Maples appeared on the TV show
If I could move anywhere in the world, where would I live? That's easy. Where I'm living right now. Your mom's house. It's the best. She cooks me dinner. She touches my leg. She's got a mouth that won't quit.
Styles of the Rich and Famous back in 1994. Host Robin Leach asked about their daughter Tiffany, who was then just a year old.
Now, Donna, what does Tiffany have of yours and what does Tiffany have of Marla's?
Well, I think that she's got a lot of moral, and she's really a beautiful baby, and she's got Marla's legs. We don't know whether or not she's got this part yet, but time will tell. Or whether or not
God.
she's got this part
Talking
yet,
about
but
his
time
daughter's
will
breast
tell.
when she's like 3 years old. Good Lord, you know? Talk about grooming. Totally normal, right?
You know about sexual predators and
Can you imagine growing up in that household?
Israel has a right to try and target those civilians.
The implications here are really...
It was 5 times Zionists forgot to fake it. You heard... fuck, I already blank on his name. He's like a... What's that famous vampire? Count Dracula? What's this guy's name again? I forgot. He says, Israel obviously has a right to target civilians.
Israel has a right to try and target those civilians.
The implications here are really great for the...
Alucard? I've never heard that before in my life. No, Nosferatu would be... that's my name for Netanyahu. Maybe Eddie Munster. Maybe that's it.
The Venezuelan people...
We are not the victims.
Wait, what did this schmuck say?
Are really great for the Venezuelan people.
We are not the...
Talking about Venezuela, he's like, this is going to be great for Israel. I'm sorry, Venezuela. Sorry, I glitched.
The implications here are really great for the Venezuelan people.
We are not the victims.
We are not the victims. Oh,
sorry, we are the victims. We are not the aggressor. Sorry.
But I can tell you that we are not targeting anyone else in Gaza but civilians. Hamas is cynically, but rather terrorists, of course.
Israel's government has the mask is slipping.
Also spread chaos, terror, and suffering throughout the region.
Terrorists, of course.
Israel's government has also spread chaos, terror, and suffering throughout the region. Iran's government has also spread chaos, terror, and suffering throughout the region.
No, that was Iran, yeah. It's like when George Bush had the same gaffe. And he was talking about... he was supposedly talking about Russia's war crime against Ukraine, but he's like, there's an awful war crime against Iraq. I'm sorry, I meant Ukraine. And he's like, well, Iraq too. He like admits that what he did, Operation Iraqi Freedom, was like a huge war crime.
That's what made us so surprised, because we always display the civil defense emblem wherever we went.
The dangers facing emergency crews.
There's really no context for that. I don't like this guy at
I'm
all.
about to read you the most evil statement ever.
He's a lib. He's a lib turd and a libtard.
Typed into twitter.com. And it's not from somebody with an anime profile pic quoting Sephiroth. This is a real government account that is being financially and military supported by the American government. I hope you're ready. This was posted today, 6 hours ago, and it's been translated from the original Hebrew. For every tear of an Israeli mother, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep. All of Lebanon must burn. With all due respect to the Americans, Israel must make it clear to the entire world that the blood of our sons and the security...
I mean, we already read all this. We don't need his reaction to it.
בשום תנאי, דרך אגב. בשום תנאי, אגב, הבהרנו את זה, וראש הממשלה הבהיר את זה לנשיא ארצות הברית. אני הבהרתי לשר...
So Israel Katz, once again, is expressing his defiance to the Americans. You do not tell us what to do. We do what we want. We are responsible for the people. We are fighting there. We do not need the Syrian Al-Jilani. Remember when Donald Trump says, I think Syria could do a better job. No. Yeah, but that's pretty remarkable. Like, the Al-Qaeda guy could do a better job than Israel, says Donald Trump. Imagine that. Al-Qaeda was supposed to be the faction that committed 9/11. I mean, for if you're living in America, you know, in the post 9/11, why am I blanking on words today? God damn it. In this post 9/11 phase of American history, I mean, we're now glazing Al-Qaeda. I mean, they're not wrong. Yeah, Paul, I mean, he's like, ironically, you've got a point there. I think actually Al-Qaeda would do a better job with Hezbollah than Israel. But it's still nonetheless absurd. So he's just griping about how Syria would not do a better job. In fact, it's pretty, it's so soft penised, right? It's so impotent. It's such a position of, subordination. They have to, they're always, we are very independent, we are very sovereign, and meanwhile you have Israelis saying, we feel so betrayed by the Americans, we're so disappointed, but we're also really mighty lions, and if we need to stand by ourselves, we will, okay? If Israel must stand alone, then Israel will stand alone like a proud lion. Somebody get me a fresh diaper.
מיד נגיב ועוצמה, דבר שני.
יגיד לך, אז הסיטרפת דופק.
אף אחד לא יכול להגיד לנו, והוכחנו.
Okay. Oh, you see? Look at them. Oh, this is great. I love this Zionist energy here. Crashing out.
אתה מבין שנהרגו בלבנון אנשים מקיבוצים ואנשים מההתיישבות?
מקיבוצים.
אנשים מכל מקום, ואתה ממשיך...
שימי קוקו פאפ, שימי קוקו.
עם הטיעון הזה, אתם לא מבינים מה קורה, אתם לא רואים שהמדינה מתפרקת, אתם תקועים בביבי, כן ביבי לא. ביבי צריך ללכת הביתה, אל תחתכו אותי. הוא אחראי למה שקרה פה. הוא צריך ללכת הביתה, אבל זה לבד לא מספיק. חייבים להקים, תקשיב בן, תקשיב. חייבים להקים ממשלת אחדות ציונית.
We must establish a Zionist government, he says.
אני ביבי. אם ימין ואם שמאל, הבוחר יקבע. נכון. הבוחר יקבע, אבל אני לא מוכן.
הבוחר יקבע.
אני להסתפק בממשלה צרה וקיצונית, ראינו לאן זה מגיע.
Good Lord, that is a lot to unpack. Let's go back. Let me just do the translation here from... I don't speak forked tongue, as you know. He says, you are loyal to Bibi. Yes, Bibi, no, don't make fun of me. You understand that people from the kibbutzim and people from blah, blah, listening community from everywhere are killed in Lebanon, yet you continue with this argument. You don't understand what's happening. You don't see that the distinction is falling apart. You are loyal to Bibi. Yes, Bibi, no. Bibi needs to go home. Don't make fun of me. He says he's responsible for what happened here. He needs to go home. But that alone isn't enough. We must establish a Zionist government. Listen, son, listen. We must establish a Zionist government, including Bibi, with people from the right. And if from the left, the voter will decide. But I'm not willing to settle for a wishful thinking and an extremist one. We've seen where this is going. Oh, that was lovely. Please cry harder, in fact.
Man, I'm just so sick of this whole Israel situation.
It's a little too long for my taste. I do appreciate Mr. Quigley, but we're going to pan over that one because it's 30 minutes, and I don't have the stomach for a 30-minute video right now. My mind is on fire, folks.
All right.
Oh, my God. And then you share a Kyle Kuklinski. Who are you, Attic? Attic, get out of here. You're sharing Kyle Kuklinski, the kook. Why are you sharing the kook? Don't listen to that guy. He's a dweeb and a sheepdog. He's a liberal Zionist turd burglar. Yes, he is a Zionist. He advocates for Zionist politicians. He backs Zionist politicians. He wants to be in the big tent with the Zionist politicians. Stop supporting that schmuck.
I feel like I've been relying on AI too much for my videos. So this time I'm just not going to use it and see how it still goes.
He's so beautifully awkward. He doesn't know how to speak. He can't do it. He's like,
what should I say that's funny?
Well, humor's a tricky thing, right? It really depends on the context and who
he
you're
just said he was not going to use it.
talking to. But in general,
I don't know what his name is, but I feel like his name is Kyle.
Just tell me something that's
observational humor about relatable
just tell me
situations
something that's
is
funny.
often the classic echo. Sometimes if you're stuck,
No.
you can just play off.
Just tell me.
Got it. No repeating. Humor should be original and it should come from you. If you're wondering,
Tell me
what to
something
say,
that's funny.
It's all about timing and connection. If something feels funny to you and it's not at anyone's expense.
Tell me something funny.
All right, here's a quick one. Why did the picture go to jail? Because it was framed.
That's pretty funny. Did Saeed write that joke? Sounds
Journalism
like
101. The job is to verify reality, not direct it, which makes CNN's interview with an alleged Hezbollah fighter particularly fascinating. Because from the camera angles, the dramatic build-up and the mysterious journey, the report often felt less like a piece of journalism and more like an audition tape for a war documentary. Now, the problem? Once Hezbollah denied the man was one of its fighters, all the cinematic flourishes suddenly raised a different question. Were viewers watching journalism or simply a very convincing production? The story begins before a single question is asked. CNN correspondent Isobel Young sits inside a vehicle, one hand gripping the vehicle's grab handle, the camera zooms in, the mysterious, ominous music builds. The audience is told they're about to witness something rare.
Hezbollah fighters are very elusive. They rarely give interviews to Western media, but we have managed to secure a meeting with a member of Hezbollah who's been fighting in the south of Lebanon for the last few months.
A secret encounter.
And watch, it's like it's going to be an IDF soldier.
An exclusive interview. Every cinematic ingredient needed to convince viewers they're crossing into forbidden territory. Then comes the reveal. A lone figure walks through an
His nose is way too big.
plane.
Hezbollah
Masked,
would never have that nose.
armed, headband tied across his forehead, rifle in hand. The image
Why is he wearing Levi's jeans, though?
seems familiar, perhaps too familiar. The interview begins.
I feel like I haven't seen this clip, but I already know how it's going to end.
But not near their front lines, not inside a village decimated by Israeli strikes, but sitting calmly on a rock in an open field. Young leans forward, nods attentively. The visual language is familiar. The journalist seeking understanding, the fighter explaining his cause. But listen carefully to the answers. When asked why he joined Hezbollah, the response remains broad. Israeli attacks, defending the homeland, All valid, of course, all of which are being fought for day and night. But also, these are all themes associated with wars. What is missing is the depth, the specificity, the context. The conversation touches the surface. For an interview supposedly granting rare access to a fighter on the front lines to a Western audience, it provides nothing about the resistance itself, about the heroic epics being fought, about the true Israeli casualties, about the Israeli brutality. Then
I feel like there's a Scooby-Doo ending where they pull off the mask and it's Shlomo.
There are the details, the small details. Young is wearing a raincoat, yet the interview was filmed during Lebanon's summer season. Then there's the setting itself. No visible signs of widespread destruction during the journey, no constant drone noise, no warplanes overhead, none of the conditions South Lebanon has become known for. So, was this actually a Hezbollah fighter? The network's audience was led to believe they were hearing directly from a member of the resistance. Yet shortly afterward, Hezbollah's media relations office issued a statement categorically rejecting that allegation. The office said the individual featured in the report was not a Hezbollah member, not directly, not indirectly. In other words, CNN lied.
I thought we were going to find out who the guy was. Who's the guy and why is his name Alon?
Ironically, it's called space juice. It was a black man who was in South Carolina during slavery who somehow got granted his freedom by his so-called master. And when his master granted him the freedom, he also...
Yeah, CNN lies seems like an underwhelming conclusion to that story. It's like, man bites dog. The sky is blue. Can you believe this?
Gave him a plot of land, and he farmed this plot of land very successfully and made a lot of money. This nigga bought some slaves. You ever heard this before? This is a true story. Not only was he a slave owner, he became a slave breeder and employed tactics that were so cruel, even white slave owners were like, yo, my man. How can a person that went through slavery perpetrate the same evil on a person that looks just like him? It's mind-blowing. And, shockingly, they're making a movie about it. Ironically, it's called Space Juice.
Like, if ever there was a clip that did not match, that the music did not match the content, that would be it.
The people in power in Israel are serious, as should be very evidently the case by now, about pursuing this zero-sum project, about pursuing a project of expulsion and eradication and of domination in the region. I think they are way in over their heads in thinking they can dominate the region, in thinking that you can humiliate constantly the sensibilities of tens of millions of people in the region in which you have chosen to position yourself. And you humiliate them, of course, with what you do to the Palestinians, but with what you do elsewhere as well. You can't be serious about wanting to live in this region in peace and bomb Beirut in the way in which you did, and do the things on Al-Aqsa that you're doing. So what keeps me awake at night is either that they're successful and yeah, they have a nuclear weapon, by the way, that they're successful and this generates ever more suffering and explosion and tumult. Now, this isn't just, for me it was never just, the suffering of the Palestinians. We are now in a war that would not have happened without Israel and its megalomaniacal ambitions that America is waging with Israel against Iran, where everyone now pays an Israel impunity tax. Whether it's when you when you go on a flight, fill up with petrol, everything in the global economy. That's crazy. And it's even more crazy for a tiny country of a tiny people in doing this in the name of a tiny people, for that to happen. So the fear that is the
people. What? I zoned out until I heard that.
The mirror image of what I just spelt out is that the blowback comes and we don't course correct in time to prevent that blowback from being monumental.
That blowback is not to be confused with your mom's blown back. Compliments of Chef Rathbone.
I played 3 sets out
Oh,
there.
shit.
There was like 20 people, bro. It was sick. I had the best time of my life.
Fucking Antarctica, man. What?
Saw this Oliver Tree. Maybe I'm beginning to think that maybe it was Netanyahu that called in an airstrike against Oliver Tree because they accidentally thought they were going to strike an olive tree. And remember, olive trees are anti-Semitic. I don't know. It's a working theory of mine. Olive tree, anti-Semitism, helicopter crash, drone strike. I don't know. I'd never heard of Agartha. Apparently this is in Iceland, or it's like a legendary kingdom said to be on the inner surface of the earth. Agartha is usually said to be in Central Asia and led by a powerful figure sometimes called the King of the World, who secretly influences the surface. Look, Agartha is real. Obviously, because we have this drawing here. Looks real to me.
So Apple's new AirPods will now have cameras on them. You know, the things that you put in your ear to listen to music? Yeah, they'll have cameras.
Agartha Christie.
What could go wrong? Don't be weird.
Love her work.
Makes total sense. So if you're concerned about like privacy or whatever, don't worry. They fixed that because there will be a little LED red light that will come on when it's actively downloading all the information around you. And if you see that red light, that's basically you willfully accepting to have your visual data downloaded into the cloud. Okay, cool, right on. And this, I don't think it'll be anything like the Meta glasses because that would be weird, right? So basically this camera is supposed to act as Siri's eyeballs. Cool.
I just want to go back to my Walkman, my 1995 Ford Tempo, or my 97 Nissan Pathfinder. I don't want all this new technology. I've seen what they've done. I've seen what they're capable of. I've seen what they've been doing. I just want 90s tech. That's it. It's the only thing I'll trust.
Right, and then yeah, so your environment will all be scanned with your AirPods that are supposed to be in your ear listening to music, not just your environment but the people around you. And yeah, woo.
Today is Tulsi Gabbard's final day as Director of National Intelligence. Didn't she already this is old, huh?
Before the COVID pandemic, Dr. Fauci...
I don't give a shit. Sorry. Paint was seen peeling from the floor of the Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool in Washington, D.C. already on Thursday, weeks after a $14 million renovation that included a new color President Trump called American Flag Blue. Almost fucked that up. Almost said the F slur. What? Look at that. The paint's already coming off. It's only been a couple days. There's algae polluting the reflecting pool. The blue paint is already coming off. It's the most beautiful pool in the history of pools. Absolute bombshell. Tucker Carlson confirms the FBI proved Israeli intelligence had full advanced knowledge of 9/11 and deliberately hid it from Washington. He reveals Mossad operatives were literally photographed mocking the burning towers. Israel is not an ally at all.
If the Israeli intelligence service had foreknowledge of 9/11, which they did, according to the American FBI, how is that an ally? You know it's coming and you don't tell us? That's what the FBI said. That's not an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. That's a provable fact because there are photographs from September 10th of Mossad operatives mocking the burning of the World Trade Centers.
Right. They held up, I think it's the dancing Israelis thing. They stood on a rooftop the day before, and they lit candles, or not candles, lighters, and they had the World Trade Center in the background. I haven't seen the photos, but apparently they exist, of them like, yeah, look what's going to happen. And then, September 11th happens the next day, and then they're up on the rooftop again, dancing and celebrating.
You can look them up if you want. And Fox News at one point, right after 9/11, ran that package. Wouldn't do that now. The point is not to attack Israel. The point is to attack the idea that this is an ally. There's nothing allied about that. That's an opponent, a rival, a resentful, dependent nation. And of course, that shouldn't surprise anybody. Dependency breeds resentment. People who take welfare hate the government. Adults who take money from their parents resent their parents. Like, dependency always causes resentment. And they resent us. I get it. That's our fault, not theirs, by the way. But the point is, it's hard.
Pictures of dancing Israelis lighting lighters with WTC in background. Let's see if there are. Did he say that there actually were pictures? I thought that's what he said. I might have misheard. I don't see any pictures here, though. He says you can go look it up. I've never seen the pictures. If somebody has the pictures, please share them. I'd love to see that. Here's a collection of footage of Iranian strikes deep into Tel Aviv using new missiles that are impossible to intercept. Missile porn. Oh God, I'm gonna. That is the most anti-Semitic video I've ever seen in my entire life. American veteran was disturbing a local town hall in Tennessee, so his senator broke his arm. Oh, yeah, we just watched that.
This is wrong!
Hold still.
This is wrong!
Stop
and no
resisting.
one wants to fight in the cell games! It's my time to stand as a—
Who the fuck keeps sharing this anime shit? Haxel, you're fired. Nobody wants to see your anime BS, okay? We're here to educate, agitate, and organize. We're here to learn. It's a geopolitical stream, okay? I've got an itchy nose. I'm sorry. I just spent the weekend with Hunter Biden. My nose is itchy.
But yeah, you've seen people in their system, Ben Gvir and Smotrich, who've attacked the deal.
J.D. Vance is going on a little book tour.
And I guess my response to them would be, what is your exact proposal? And, you know, you're a country of 9 million people. You can't just kill your way out of solving every single national security problem you have.
God, you hear that? J.D. Vance hates the Jews.
Look at what...
You can't just kill your way out of every national security threat? That is, once again, vile anti-Semitism. So I think this, this new about face from J.D. Vance, from Donald Trump, I think it's a real thing. I mean, I think this is doing some political damage to Israel at this point. He did write a book called The Hillbilly Elegy, which was eventually turned into a movie starring Amy Adams, who I actually liked as an actress, but why did she accept that project? I have no idea. Can I play what, Yassar? In videos that's short, 1 minute? Okay, let's see. Are you Petrodollar? Petrodollar make you holla? Remember, share it at the video suggestions for live stream.
I'll suck your for $1,000.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
Now, so far, we have...
It's already been too many edits for me to compute.
I'll suck your for $1,000.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
Now, so far, we have what appears to me to be a series of victimless crimes.
What about the toe?
Forget about the fucking toe! Ow! Stay out of Malibu, deadbeat!
They're gonna kill that poor woman, man.
What the fuck are you talking about? That poor slut kidnapped herself.
You got any promising leads or?
Yeah, sure. The got us working in shifts.
Oh, fucking.
Is this your homework, Larry?
This is a bummer, man.
You're entering a world of pain, son. We know that this is your homework. And
I'm probably going to get a copyright strike for this.
we know that this is your homework.
I cut your dick off. Nothing is fucked here.
Nothing is fucked.
Nothing is
No,
fucked.
man.
The goddamn plane has crashed into the mountain! Do you see what happens, Larry, when you fuck a stranger in the ass? What happens, Larry?
Wasn't it the wrong car?
Por el camino del desierto, el viento me despeina.
There was a guy in the helicopter with Oliver Tree who was a Javier Milei critic. I mean, that's probably most people who have a brain. Are you going down the conspiratorial rabbit hole? I have no idea if it was a conspiracy. I'm just telling you, because I love you, do not board a helicopter. Ever. Ever. Under no circumstances whatsoever. Do not take that risk. It's a very avoidable thing.
חס וחלילה. בשביל מלחמה זה אני, אתה רגל על הגב. בשביל מלחמה...
This guy says, I am for the war crimes. I'm unable to sleep at night if I do not see houses being destroyed in Gaza. Your average Israeli right here. I want to see more of them destroyed. Look at these primetime Israeli journalists giggling on air.
חס וחלילה. בשביל מלחמה זה אני, אתה רגל על הגב.
And they laugh. That's the only thing that they find funny is sadism.
אני אגיד את זה פה.
I feel the same way about Israel, exactly.
לא אכפת לי שירדו עליי, אוספים פה חומרים. אני לא נרדם טוב בלי שאני רואה בתים קורסים בעזה. מה אני אעשה? עוד בתים, עוד מגדלים, שלא יהיה להם לאן לחזור. אגב...
Quiet everyone, the tiny-headed child killer has an opinion.
תקופת התנ"ך גם היו זורים את האדמה במלח. הם צריכים לזכור עם המלאק. הם צריכים לזכור את זה להרבה מאוד זמן. אי אפשר להגיע לאיזה הסדר מיד. סליחה, זה רק אני. זה פשע מלחמה.
We are sacrificing poor people by the millions just so that these tiny hats can have a fucking resort in the Middle East. This is the clip I was referring to. Yeah, Bush Iraq thing that I mentioned. Thank you for sharing this.
In contrast,
Another 40 and
Russian
slip.
elections are rigged. Political opponents are imprisoned or otherwise eliminated from participating in the electoral process. The result is an absence of checks and balances in Russia and the decision of one man to launch a wholly unjustified and brutal invasion of Iraq. I mean, of Ukraine.
And then he's like, well, you know, actually, Iraq too. He's like he basically nullifies everything that he just said about Putin. He's like trying to paint Putin as a war criminal. He's like, well, actually, I am the thing that I am calling Putin.
Iraq too. Anyway.
Iraq too. Wow.
75.
And then he says, oh, well, I'm 75. Yeah, how old are the million Iraqis that you killed? Oh, that's right, they're dead. They didn't get the benefit of living to see their old age. Oh my God, Haxel, you're gonna have to give it a rest.
We're at a tech summit.
I appreciate
so I kind of want both of you to address the role of tech that assists in governments violating international law.
Well, tech is a full partner in
the emerging, dystopian, totalitarian surveillance state. AI algorithms choose the targets in places like Gaza. In fact, it pumps so many targets out that the Israeli military can hardly keep up. There's no human intervention. So, we are rapidly replicating in our own way China's totalitarian capitalism. Within companies like Meta, they hire
like what, Chris Hedges, are you talking about?
From the Department
Totalitarian capitalism? You're talking about the Israelis, but while you're talking about the Israelis doing their shit, you have to take a pot shot at China?
Homeland Security, the FBI, the NSA, and Israel.
You make it seem as like China's the big bad Goliath.
People like Peter Thiel are quite open about this. These are tools that are being used to create a kind of big brother society that is unlike anything envisaged in the past. And I covered the Stasi state in East Germany. The tech companies are not only fully on board, but fully integrated in this process of shutting down our open society.
If AI didn't exist, it's quite possible that those 150 school children, teachers, parents in Manab, Iran would still be alive, because from all the available evidence, it was AI that selected that target, a girls' school that was built outside of a former Iranian military base. The information hadn't been updated, so all these people were killed in not just a one strike, but a double tap strike, where they were hit after sheltering inside the school after the first strike. And another reason for that was the Pentagon under Pete Hegseth essentially disbanded a board or greater oversight of targeting to protect civilians. So that was a combination of human malice and also AI. But I think it's worth asking.
I'm officially on Team Saeed. I'm pro monarchy at this point.
Would these people still be alive if not for
Let's bring back the monarchy?
The technology that was used.
One of the reasons that these stereotypes and themes about Russia have been so long-lived is that they have never been confronted.
I'm not bringing it back, but, make it a thing, I guess. Yeah, because you're right. The United States never had a monarchy. But you never know. Maybe that's where we need to pivot.
In the West, people have never come out and said,
hey, thank you, Pete. I appreciate that.
These are...
You guys, make sure you like the stream. I'm trying to get to 1,000 likes on the live. That incredibly helps push it out to other people on the YouTube Discover page. Just being here helps out so much. Thank you.
Manifestations of Russophobia, a type of racism, that this way of depicting Russians, stereotyping them, is essentially racist. And for that reason, since they're never confronted in that way, people just go on repeating them. But if there's ever a proper, sustained political decision to confront it, to expose it as a type of racism, then I think it would collapse very quickly. And at that point, by the way, we would be moving beyond the Russophobia, and that's the moment when perhaps a real rapprochement with the Russians can take place.
Rapprochement. It's a great word. We are all Charlie Kirk. All right, Haxel. Wow. Quite a look.
صوت في الريح رجل خلافة قلب وليد.
We are all Charlie Kirk. R.I.P. Charlie. Gone too soon.
قتلوا لا يخشى الموت.
Your toilet paper USA empire.
نحن تشارلي كيرك نحمل السيف نجاهد للأمان نكرر معا.
Do you actually think that Jesus was like a real guy? I don't know, but when you hear the name Jesus Christ, you take a position. You're either a believer or you're some sort of skeptic. You're either religious or you're not. Was Jesus meant to be worshipped as a guy or embodied as an idea? If Jesus was just a guy, the story would have ended 2,000 years ago, and your role in that would be very passive. You believe the right things, you say the right words, and you wait for salvation later. It's coming, dog.
Why is this guy dressed like a member of the Insane Clown Posse.
I'm gonna come.
But if Jesus represents a pattern of consciousness, your role isn't belief, it's responsibility. This is Christ consciousness. Christ consciousness is a state of
He's undermining whatever he's going to talk about by being a juggalo. Is that what
being,
you call it? A
way of
juggalo?
relating to reality. It doesn't promise any sort of escape, and it doesn't let you blame the world, society, or your past.
Yeah, I'm not going to listen to you. Wash your face. Ow, kitty boy. He's fucking clawing my leg. My God. That was hurtful. That was too much. That was too high of a pain threshold. Kitty boy woke up in my lap and immediately chose violence. He wants to come to Jesus. Exactly. He's having his come to Jesus moment. There's going to be hell to pay, kitty boy. You be nice. Said, I don't know if you saw, but we did watch your clip yesterday. We ended the stream with it. Okay, I think that's it for the Discord. Thanks for all your contributions for today. This guy Haxel is just going off with these contributions. I have to say, your social credit score, Haxel, because of all the anime porn that you've been sharing on the Discord, it's very low. Your credibility is near zero.
Flying White House at a level of luxury that...
See, look, he's talking. He had a press conference about the Air Force One today. He says the White House flying at a level of luxury that never's been seen before.
Flying White House at a level of luxury that nobody's ever seen before. Probably even almost outside of an airplane. It's nobody's ever seen anything like this. Flying White House at a level of luxury
Nobody's
that
ever
nobody's
seen
ever
it. Ever. You always rewatch my streams. The digital ones. Aren't they all digital? I find that hard to believe, Saeed. I find it hard to believe that you would rewatch the entire stream that of which you had already watched. Like, in that case, you just... Are you ever not watching me? That's 8 hours out of the day. Just that alone. Just watching and rewatching. You really are my biggest fan, aren't you? Okay, yeah, the Flying Versailles Palace. Listening devices everywhere. How else would you enjoy my humor? I don't know. Maybe just... I thought maybe one time would be enough. Is it so highbrow that it takes you 2 times to watch before you get my humor? I inspire you. All right. That's good to know. Thank you, Thick Cheeks. Won't get tired of saying that profile name. It's fun to say. Thick Cheeks. Rolls off the tongue. You stay in my channel hours after I leave? Oh, come on now. Your humor. No, Saeed. It's our humor. Okay, friend? Oh, yikes. I mean, not yikes. Hooray. Hooray for me. Hooray for you. Thank you. Everybody clap for Saeed. You know, he always cheers, he always donates, he always supports. He doesn't have to, but he does it out of the kindness of his own heart. He's a modest man, principled, humble, and of course humorous with his dad jokes. And he's going to get a motorbike pretty soon. It's gonna solve his midlife crisis. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Saeed. You're a gosh darn gem. Slow clap. Clap it up. I think in reverse. Fuck you, JFK. No, I don't. How about you fuck, asshole? Think not did I reverse. No. Ever. Much very you think. All right, we're let's see. Well, what do we want to do here? Let's check in with Al Jazeera, our good friend Al. Maybe we see if we have any updates. We got Suleiman. You know, if Suleiman's live at the end of my stream, we're gonna raid out to Suleiman. What do you say?
And I don't see that yet. I'm not seeing it yet.
Valentine, thank you for another.
Yeah, there's a
gifted
whole lot of
membership.
algae
Appreciate
in
you.
this deal, isn't there? Not
A
only in
whole
the
lot of
reflect-
algae, and the blue paint is already starting to chip off the edges of this deal.
We just saw that.
Yeah, Netanyahu is the fly in the ointment. He's not his own man, really. He can't do what he completely wants in Israel because Ben Gvir and Smotrich and the others are still worse. And 70% of the Israeli population, I'm told, favor continuing what they're doing, not only in Gaza, but vis-a-vis Lebanon. So he's in a tough position. Elections are coming up. I think they have to be held before October, if memory serves.
Yeah.
So if he loses the elections or if he's just eased out of power, he goes to jail. Now, for a guy like Netanyahu, going to jail is really, you just can't countenance that. So what are his options then, you know? Well, if everybody wants him to move even more aggressively, his ace in the hole are nuclear weapons. Now, would he be in extremis?
Who else is scared that Israel's going to drop a nuclear weapon? Do you think that this is where that's going to lead to?
Inclined to use nuclear weapons? Well, I don't know, but you know, I think I know a little about Netanyahu. If this man can initiate and get support for and do genocide of a whole people called the Palestinians, if he can use forced starvation to kill still others, who's going to persuade me that in extremis he wouldn't use what he has left, and those are nuclear weapons? Now,
we're talking about the demon Nosferatu. You know, I wouldn't put it past him at all.
I'm no expert on this, but it's just it seems logical. This is the kind of guy we're working with. Because the Iranians know this. I think Trump may sense this. So everything's very
I think if a nuclear weapon gets dropped, Russia and China are really going to have to put the kibosh on Israel.
complicated. How Trump will lean on the Israelis this time in this very complicated political domestic situation in Tel Aviv and West Jerusalem. As Tony suggested, we don't really have any accomplished diplomats around. And I would just end by saying that given the way Arachi himself was double-crossed by Witkoff and Kushner last time around, I would interpret that as a gross insult for Trump to send these two clowns back. I'd be surprised. I don't know. Maybe the Iranians are, maybe they're cleverer than I am, and maybe it just makes sense for Arachi to go back and say, all right, this is the last time, folks. This time is for real.
Douglas McGregor was like, Trump might be assassinated for what he's doing right now.
Be surprised if he goes, and if he doesn't go, I think it's just that the Lebanon thing is really hanging over all this. And I'll just finish by saying, I'm a member of the realist school of international relations. I never realized that because I never took graduate courses in international relations, but I've watched the Soviet Union and the rest of the world for 40 years, okay? So you get some sense for this. And I realized,
Yeah.
I'm in the realistic school, okay?
You said it, not me.
What does that mean?
Yeah, we haven't heard from Scott Ritter lately. I think he did give an interview on. I think he. Shit. God, my fucking cat is just really harming my quality of life. I'm pretty sure he was on Judge Napolitano. Earlier today, because I haven't gotten an update from him. He's been kind of MIA. Let's see. Am I wrong? Huh. I guess I am, because I could have sworn that he was supposed to be giving an interview today. Huh. I guess I'm wrong. Let's see if Al Jazeera's reporting anything to note. Has there been any updates? Boom Boom Tel Aviv. It's Friday night.
Were forced to leave the Wyndham Beach
They're
Hotel
talking about
in
the Dominican
Valladolid.
Republic.
Emergency responders said the fire spread rapidly because of the wind conditions.
Let's see. Israel Hezbollah agreed to renewed ceasefire as Iran peace talks postponed. Israel and Hezbollah incredulously agreed to a renewed ceasefire Friday, U.S. and Israeli officials said, after fighting intensified between the two sides and threatened to derail peace talks between the U.S. and Iran. So did Donald Trump call Netanyahu and say, you have to stop bombing Lebanon? Possibly. Thank you, Saeed. You're right. I did miss a super chat. Appreciate that. That's from Kelly Marie Appleby. Thank you, Kelly. Thing about Israel using nuclear weapons on neighboring countries is that they wouldn't be outside of the blast radius. Would this not just be mutually assured destruction? I think something like if they drop a nuke on Tehran or something, or on in the Iranian territory, I don't think, you know, they have these things called tactical nukes, which is kind of a misnomer, because there's nothing tactical about wanton destruction, complete evisceration. But I don't think that they're like as powerful as like some of the Russian and United States weapons. So it would be somewhat contained. And, you know, I've learned from Larry Johnson and the like that even dropping one nuclear bomb, obviously, on Iran would not destroy the country. It would take, you would need to nuclear bomb a couple of cities if you really wanted to destroy Iran. But I think, you know, obviously if they dropped a nuke on occupied Palestine, like, or you know, like the West Bank or the Gaza Strip, which they've essentially already done times 12, but if they dropped a nuclear bomb in that close vicinity, yeah, I think radiation would probably be a factor. But I don't think that would be a factor for Iran. I mean, for, you know, for Israel, if they dropped a nuke on Iran. Does that make sense? But I'm not a fucking nuclear scientist. I'm just speculating here. Be the first to tell you. I know, I said wonton, now I want some wonton soup. But I meant wonton. Not wonton. Wonton. Not... What does wonton mean? It means malicious and unprovoked. So let's get some updates on Twitter. Israeli terrorist forces deliberately targeted and murdered Mona Khalil, a renowned conservationist who saved sea turtles near Tyre. Israel is poisoning farmland, destroying villages, and killing everyone connected to the land of southern Lebanon is called ethnic cleansing. Very sad to learn that Mona Khalil died after weeks in the ICU following an Israeli strike that leveled her home in Mansouri. I thought it said Missouri. She was a very well-known environmental activist and dedicated her life to saving endangered turtles. She stayed in the south despite Israeli strikes. Here's another clip of Donald Trump in an interview today. The Iranians, very smart people, he says. They're sort of primitive genius, but they're smart. They would have blown up Israel if it weren't for me. Israel would not exist today.
An excursion to stop.
Look, it's an excursion. How many times do I have to say it? It was a little journey. We went on a little oopsie-doodle adventure. It was a light skirmish. These are all words that Donald Trump has employed to characterize his war of aggression against the Iranians.
A very volatile group of people that are smart, very smart. You know, the Iranians, very smart people. They're sort of primitive genius, but they're smart. I mean, okay? I had to stop
Primitive
them
genius.
because if they had
It's
a
like,
nuclear
yeah,
weapon, they would use it.
I'm going to compliment them as I behave like a racist. I'm going to racistly compliment them.
And you want to see Bedlam? Let them blow up a couple of cities someplace like they would have blown up Israel.
Would have. Remember, you have to imagine if, would have. It's always the conjunctive conjugation of the verb, right? Would have, should have, could have. It's because it's not real.
Word for me, Israel would not exist today because I terminated the Barack Hussein Obama deal, the JCPOA, which was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have had it.
He gets contexted. He gets fact-checked. The 2015 JCPOA limited Iran's uranium production capability for 10 years and barred the kinds needed for nuclear weapons.
5 years ago, they would have used it within the first week, in my opinion, and Israel would no longer be with us. Israel would have been gone years ago had I not done that. Now,
why did you fuck this up then, Donald Trump? You're telling me it could have happened already?
Surprised me most is they waited so long. They waited till I came back. They didn't do it intentionally. They didn't think I'd be coming back. A lot of people didn't think so because of weaponization. They weaponized government. But I came back with a roar, but better than before, I think. Better than before. And
that's right. You're gonna hear Donald roar. I fucked that up. Sorry. Batya Ungar Sargon says, logging off for Shabbat. The greatest privilege on God's green earth is being born an American. Born free. L'chaim and good Shabbos. She's logging off for Shabbat. Shabbat Shalom. Somebody said, you'll be Chinese if China starts being Israel's sugar daddy instead of the United States. Do you really have to wear the Israeli genocide star around your neck? Do you realize how offensive that is to people who believe in human and civil rights? Shabbat Shalom. Okay, guys, logging off for Shabbat. Super chats. Oh, my goodness. I'm sorry. Thank you. Saeed, you are moderating for me right now. You are helping me. Thank you. How many times does Ishkael have to hit the U.S. till they fuck off? USS Liberty, Beirut, 250 Marines, and 9/11. That is a damn good question. But all we hear about from Ted Cruz and Lindsey Graham and the like is how many Americans the Iranians have killed over the years, even though they haven't killed any Americans. But, you know, we always remember that they project what they're doing onto their victims. It's like a prerequisite if you want to be a Zionist. Do these three look Middle Eastern to you, by the way? Is that Yair Lapid on the right? I know that's Yoav Gallant. Look how gross these guys. Especially Yoav Gallant. He's just like, he looks like a... What does he look like? A disgruntled turd. He's like, he just got shat out of a butthole and he's not happy about it. Then you've got Netanyahu looking like a demented demon. With those eyebrows. The arc of his eyebrows. So sinister. And then this guy is just like, I just took a poo-poo in my diaper. I think that's Yair Lapid. Yair Lapid his pants and then shit his pants and then farted in his diaper. All right, I'm sorry. Here is Lizzie Savetsky. She's got a message for J.D. Vance.
I have a message.
Who also shit his pants.
For Vice of a job. I have a message for Vice President J.D. Vance.
And who the
fuck
fuck are
I
you?
am a proud Jewish American.
Oh, God.
I voted for you. I voted for President Trump. Campaigned for your victory. I've just landed in Israel, and I am speaking to you
Just stay there.
from Jerusalem. I know that you are a religious man, and I know how holy Jerusalem is to you. You know, one of the many reasons that I and many other Americans voted and campaigned for you and President Trump was because we believed that you were the only hope to bring the Israeli hostages home after years of no progress under Biden. In addition, Israel was being attacked in a 7-front war by enemies that want to destroy America as much as they want to destroy Israel. These enemies are proxies of the Iranian regime.
Lizzie has an opinion. She's explaining geopolitics to the vice president.
And supplied by the IRGC. You and the president campaigned on the promise of peace through strength. And yesterday, you delivered a message to Israel that sounded
She can't even do it all in one sitting. She's got to keep editing.
less like an ally speaking to an ally and more
Her mouth
like
is
a
wider than
benefactor,
her face. Yeah, I just
reminding a dependent nation who pays the bills.
noticed that. That's that's the work of Dr. Miami.
You said that Israel needs to remember who its only powerful ally is, and you pointed out that American taxpayers
Oh my God, this isn't even a halfway done yet.
help fund Israel's defense. Now, respectfully, that view fundamentally misunderstands the nature of the U.S.-Israel relationship. You know, America is not doing Israel a favor.
Wait, I thought you guys were mighty, sovereign, independent people. What does it matter that a foreign country, you know, I mean, what does it matter, like a foreign country like the United States to Israel? What does it matter who the politicians are? You guys are good. You're strong like lion. I know you're tiny, but you have the heart of a lion. You are the Chosenites in the promised land. Come on. You do not... What does it matter if a vice president's far away in the United States, in the Western Hemisphere? What does it matter what they say? If we believe what you say, that you're strong and mighty and independent and sovereign, then why are you crashing out about the vice president here? It should be a non-factor.
America benefits from Israel every single day. Israel is America's most reliable
Every single day.
strategic partner in the Middle East.
So she said it, so it's got to be true.
Israel
And
provides
look at her nails, immaculate.
intelligence that protects American lives. Israel develops and tests military technologies that strengthen America's defense system. Israel serves as a forward operating laboratory against America's enemies without requiring American troops to fight and die on foreign soil. Every terrorist network disrupted, every Iranian proxy degraded, every missile defense breakthrough, every intelligence...
Lizzie, it's okay. We support trans. We think we're not judging you. We love you. All right? No, we don't. But trans is cool.
operation against the Iranian regime serves American interests as well as Israeli ones. Vice President Vance, this alliance is not charity, and you know it. It's one of the best investments.
We're not a charity case. Please don't put in the paper that we are the charity case. We are strong and mighty like lions.
That the United States has ever made. And that is why I and so many Americans are concerned about this agreement, because
your
we've seen
greatest
this
ally.
movie before. Under the Obama administration, they lifted pressure, they released resources, and promised a more stable Middle East in return. But instead, Iran expanded its influence.
Yeah, what is your prime minister doing? What about when, who was the prime minister when Obama was president? Why are you talking about the president of the United States concerning your country? You guys are so fucked. And you know it. You're helpless. You're helpless little welfare queens living off of American blood and taxpayer money.
Armed its terrorist
And they
proxies
know it.
like Hamas,
It's
Hezbollah.
over, dude. As soon as you got this is the end of fucking Israel, as a state. When you got the likes of Lizzie Savetsky doing geopolitics, trying to plead to the vice president of the United States of why his policies and his rhetoric are wrong concerning the state of Israel. You know you're cooked. Israel this is a shit show. This is a clown show. It's not a real country, you know?
And the Houthis strengthened its missile capabilities and moved ever closer to a nuclear weapon. Some deal that was. And President Trump built a reputation on rejecting that failed approach.
How much did they pay you for this video? Some deal that was.
And to his credit and to yours, the administration has demonstrated tremendous strength against Iran. But strength isn't measured by the opening act. It is measured by the outcome.
She has no idea how lucky she is.
Kind of an end result we are actually going to get here. Is it going to benefit us for a few years or for generations to come? Because let's be honest, with this current situation, this current agreement, the Iranian regime, it remains in power.
Cry about it. Yeah, you lost the fucking war, you dumb bitch. Israel lost. Cry about it. You couldn't do it. You couldn't get it done.
Now, this is the
Sucks
same
to suck, I guess.
regime that funds Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis.
Yeah, all those three groups that you claim to have destroyed over the years, they're still a threat to you, right? Kind of sounds like you're incompetent, ineffectual losers who can't stop losing war after war after war after war, getting humiliated on the world stage. Now you are an international pariah who has expended all of their social and political capital, all of their fucking Holocaust victimhood. That's all out. That's gone. It no longer is relevant. It's done. In fact, everyone's decidedly in the opposite camp. Everybody's like, maybe the Austrian painter had a point. That's how bad they are. People are now saying Hitler might not have been that bad because of what the Israelis are doing on the world stage. I would have never seen, I never thought I would have seen that, you know? But that's how bad the Israelis are. They're the worst. They're the worst experiment of a society to have ever existed in the entire history of humanity. At least in the modern era. I mean, we don't know how bad it was necessarily, you know. I mean, of course not, because, I mean, we live in the atomic age, you know. We live in the age of surveillance capitalism and, you know, all this microchip technology and precision-guided missiles, et cetera, et cetera. I'm sure artillery, tanks, all this stuff. I mean, the weapons of warfare have never been more destructive than they are today. So I think it's right to say that this is the most destructive society in human history. And I would add, I would say the United States, just materially, obviously, is, on a scale worse. But in terms of like per capita criminality and evilness, I think that's Israel. I mean, they're just, on a per capita basis, that's got to be the worst.
And militias that have targeted Americans. This is the same regime that plotted to assassinate President Trump. And that is why so many of us are uneasy. Not because we want an...
Sounds like a threat, right? Oh, you're just talking about assassinating Donald Trump. Every time they try to characterize what they're saying as a warning, it always comes off as a threat.
We're actually going to get here. Is it going to benefit us for a few years or for generations?
Wait, let's go back to when she mentioned that.
And President Trump built a reputation on rejecting that failed approach. And to his credit and to yours, the administration has demonstrated tremendous strength against Iran. But strength isn't measured by the opening act.
So much strength, in fact, that we lost the war against Iran. Thank you, Big Red Clifford. I appreciate the super chat donation. Thank you, Comrade Cranky. All right, let's get those super chats going, folks. Thank you. I wonder how this demon looks in the soft light of a menorah.
It is measured
probably like a dude
by the outcome, by what kind of an end result we are actually going to get here. Is it going to benefit us for a few years or for generations to come? Because let's be honest, with this current situation, this current agreement, the
She looks like me.
Iranian regime, it remains in power. Now, this is the same regime that
That's right. They remain in power. That's so true. Right. After you started a war with them. So what does that tell you? Oh, yes, you are losers.
funds Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, and militias that have targeted Americans. This is the same regime that plotted to assassinate President Trump.
No, it's not. There's no evidence that the Iranians plan to assassinate President Trump. Oh, Lord, it's all so tiring.
And that is why
they lie as they breathe.
So many of us are uneasy, not because we want an endless war, and not because we're only thinking of Israel. That's nonsense. It is because we understand who the enemy is.
The Goyim.
President Vance, you often speak about America first. So let's...
She's like, listen, I'm a Jew. Vice President Vance, you're a Goy. Let me explain to you how this is supposed to go.
Let's talk about America first. America first means defeating the regime that is...
I'm not only am I becoming gay, I'm also contracting AIDS as I watch this video.
Decades chanting death to America. America first means preventing a nuclear Iran. America first means standing with...
Preventing a nuclear Iran. In fact, you are accelerating a nuclear Iran, right? They were already non-nuclear before the war started. Lizzie. Now they're probably going to go nuclear because of everything that they've learned in the past year. It's like, if you are being accused of having a nuclear weapon and you don't have a nuclear weapon, you better get a nuclear weapon. Are you kidding me?
Allies.
Yesterday.
Who help advance American security rather than speaking about them as though
Kim Jong-un would like a word.
they are dependents living off of America's generosity. Israel is not America's greatest burden in the Middle East. Israel is America's greatest asset in the Middle East.
Oh.
Vice President...
She said it. They always... just think about it. Like, how they're framing this, you know? It's like they recognize it's over. The fact that even the fact that they have to come to their own defense so often about their very existence is being brought into question. You know, it's such a tell. And all they do is they have words to like assert either their dominance or their what they think is their correct position. We are not this. We are that.
America first means standing with allies who help advance American security rather than speaking about them as though they are dependents living off...
This Jew is trying to tell us what America first means to Americans. From Israel. She's in Israel. She's an Israel firster, and she's trying to Jew-splain to us what America first means. America first means putting Israel first.
Of America's generosity. Israel is not America's greatest burden in the Middle East.
It's like, read the writing on the wall. Read the room, Lizzie. Yeah. Everybody's saying this. Everybody knows it. She's so defiant. Israel's not. Please stop putting in the papers that Israel is a burden to the United States. We're the greatest asset.
Israel.
Methinks Lizzie doth protest too much.
America's greatest...
She's doing the opposite of what she thinks she's doing because of... She's doubling down. She's framing this whole clip to be about, you know... Israel isn't a burden, remember.
Asset in the Middle East. Vice President Vance, history will not remember...
I feel like I'm getting sick or something. Maybe it's because I'm watching this clip. I can't stop... My nose keeps itching. Must be coming down with something.
How this started. It will remember how it ended. We didn't come all this way, after all this sacrifice, after all this strength, to bend a knee to a regime that was finally on its knees because of gas prices and midterm elections. It is weak. We have a job to finish. Finish the Iranian regime once and for all. Finish it for America. Finish it for the world. Finish it for generations to come.
Yeah, it's funny that this is where they're at, you know? It's like... They've got no points on the board. They're down by 88 points. And they're like, we're just going to throw... They're at the 1 yard line. There's 3 seconds left on the clock. And they're like, all right. Operation Hail Mary. All right, Lizzie. Get out there. Go wide. Damn. Didn't work. Bezalel Smotrich. A very difficult day for the people of Israel. We will receive the painful news of the failing in battle of 4 of our warriors. Heroes of Israel, Lieutenant Colonel Dor Gadlia ben Shimon from Beit Hashita. Commander of the 52nd Battalion in the Iron Tracks Formation, and 3 additional fighters whose names have not yet been cleared for publication. Together with all the people of Israel, I send condolences and a big hug to the dear families and friends. Consider that, you know, they usually don't acknowledge when there are deaths or casualties, right? The fact that they're acknowledging it, I think, demonstrates that they're using, that this is political, you know? They want to post about this to justify their pretext, or to give a pretext that justifies their carpet bombing that they did, right? But remember that it was Israel that bombed Lebanon 150 times last night, killing at least 47 people. And in retaliation to that, yes, some of the occupation soldiers who were invading Lebanon fell in battle against Hezbollah. And now you have Itamar Ben-Gvir saying all of Lebanon must burn for every tear that an Israeli mother sheds for a slain son. You know, there must be 1,000 Lebanese mothers that must cry. All of Lebanon must burn, 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 burn. Together with all the people of Israel, I send condolences and a big hug, and maybe a little tiny kiss, and then another little tiny hug to the dear families and friends, and pray for the tiny healing of the wounded and the tiny safety of all tiny IDF soldiers and tiny security forces. May their tiny memory be blessed tinily. Bezalel Smoke-A-Dick also had another crazy tweet. A tough morning. Widow Aaron, time to speak with fire to open the gates of hell, he says. I knew shit was going down. I was trying to go to sleep, and then I see Ben-Gvir and Smotrich talking about how Lebanon must burn, open the gates of hell. I was like, oh shit, here we go. Here we go. This dumbass says, Israel by population is about 1/34 the size of the United States. Hezbollah just killed 4 Israeli soldiers. Yeah, why is that? Because they're being invaded, you dumb fuck. Adjusted for population, that's the equivalent of 136 American soldiers killed. How would we react? Maybe don't go invading other countries and killing their people first. I mean, common logic just tells you. It's the most basic fucking thing that people should understand. Yeah. What would we react? Laugh? I don't know. Thick cheeks, I don't know. How do they? Is this a joke? If so, I'm not sure I know the answer to that. One day at a time. All right. Man, now I can't get away from this bitch. Everything that she posts. So she posts this picture. She's obviously trying to thirst trap, but she's doing a horrible job because nobody's thirsty for whatever she's selling. She says, Hashem runs the world. Shabbat Shalom from Jerusalem. I guess having an ass is anti-Semitic, too. Is that how we should say that? Or should we say having cake? I guess having some junk in the trunk is deeply anti-Semitic. Thank you, Sergio Master. She's got a back like a washboard. I've seen 2x4s that had more plumpness, more roundness to them, more volume. Bitch is shaped like a straw. You know? Remember that Ben-Gvir isn't a radical. He is a mainstream politician. He represents millions of Israelis, and that's why he is where he is. Could never write anything that would make you more anti-Semitic than this. In case you didn't see this, Ben-Gvir's tweet got censored for violence, for advocacy of violence, because he said all of Lebanon must burn, and that we need to go berserk and obliterate and crush the terror. It got ratioed with 11,000 comments versus 7,000 likes and 10 million views. That tells you anything. People are disgusted with this guy. Whenever they have him swing at the tribunal, that's going to be one of my most favorite days to have lived on this earth. Can't wait for that. Tel Aviv Ted has an opinion.
This agreement contemplates billions of dollars flowing into the IRGC's coffers. And I'll say something else also.
Can we also just say this, too, that people understand IRGC? They're basically running the country right now.
If the Islamic regime remains in power, that regime, I believe, will continue to...
His nose says it all. Look at that thing. That is a schnozzleberry. That's a Schnozzelberg if I've ever seen one. Goodness me, oh my.
Threaten President Trump and his family forever.
Yeah.
That is, they've twice hired hitmen to try to murder.
It's funny because we're talking about perhaps Israel's going to assassinate Donald Trump, allegedly. I'm not saying that that's true. I'm just saying it's being speculated. If Donald Trump continues on this path of rebuking Israel, will he be assassinated? But, you know, you talk to Tel Aviv Ted, he's saying, well, the Iranians might assassinate Trump. But it's always projection from Zionists.
The president. I believe the Ayatollah with $300 billion, I think the result of that would be more Americans killed in terrorism. And I also, this regime, they lie. So, yes, they've promised not to...
The liar says... They lie.
Develop nuclear weapons. If they get $300 billion, they will use that money to develop nuclear weapons. And this agreement contemplates billions.
There's the worst people in the world. Look at this. The Zionists, they're crashing out about Trump. I love this shit. He says, may his name and memory be erased. Trump. I like that as you're saying his name should be erased, you actually reproduce it, thus not erasing it and perpetuating it, in fact. The greatest enemy of the Jews in the current generation. So Donald Trump is now persona non grata. He flipped. He was the greatest friend and ally to the Jewish people a couple days ago. Now he's the greatest enemy of the Jews in the current generation. That is insanity. Wow. You were about to type that? You know what's crazy? I don't even remember what I was talking about just a second ago. It must have been really good, though. That's how bad my short-term memory is. U.S. intelligence warns that Israel is likely to undermine Iran peace deal. The Washington Post reports, gee, you think? Who tipped you off? Trump plus, erase. Yeah. Yeah, right. I got you. Y'all wonder where I get my beautiful thumbnails from. It's really just Twitter. Go to Twitter comment sections, and they're all there. They're still invoking the Holocaust. Israel cannot afford to get into this situation again. A major silver lining of this difficult week has been the total unmasking of the vice president. And vice president's being put out to pasture. He's the fall guy. If this shit goes south, J.D. Vance will be blamed. You know? So the overnight strikes that that Israel conducted, this carpet bombing campaign where they targeted 150 locations apparently, marked one of the most serious escalations in Lebanon since a ceasefire in April after the U.S. and Iran reached an agreement earlier in the week to stop the fighting and reopen the strait. Strikes had mostly subsided on Friday, but some clashes continued after the fresh ceasefire took effect at 4 p.m. earlier today. The White House said Thursday that Vice President J.D. Vance, who is leading the U.S. negotiating team, wouldn't be traveling to Switzerland as was scheduled to meet Iranian counterparts as planned. The Swiss Foreign Ministry confirmed talks were postponed and said that it stands ready to facilitate should they resume. It isn't clear when they might take place. Iran told mediators that Israel's strikes were a breach of the preliminary agreement and that they were seeking guarantees that they would end before negotiations could start, according to Iranian and Arab officials. Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman Ismail Baghei said the U.S. was directly responsible for the situation and warned of serious consequences for regional security, according to Iranian state media. In a post on X Thursday, Iranian Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei said he only agreed to the country's president signing the deal after receiving assurances from him and others that the interests of its militias in the region would be protected. He said Trump agreed to the deal out of desperation. So that's one thing that has happened. Mojtaba Khamenei has said, if this deal goes south, that's going to be on the president Pezeshkian, the Iranian president Pezeshkian. That's going to be on his watch, and he'll have to have the blame for it. Trump appeared to fire back on Friday in a post on social media. He says, "We didn't meet out of desperation. Iran did. They are finished. We'll play out the 60 days. They get no money, not 10 cents. Fighting between Israel and the Iran," it's probably he's saying that to save face with his MAGA base. Fighting between Israel and the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah has become a major sticking point in negotiations and driven a wedge between Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Trump, his most important ally. Their interests have diverged as Netanyahu seeks to keep up pressure on Iran and Hezbollah while Trump looks for a way out of the war. Tehran insists that any peace deal with Washington must include Lebanon, while Israel says it will keep up the fight there. "This was a train wreck waiting to happen," said Danny Citrinowicz, a former Israeli military intelligence official and senior researcher at the Institute for National Security Studies, a think tank in Tel Aviv. If the U.S. wants an agreement, it will have to force Israel to completely stop and withdraw, and Netanyahu's not interested in that. Thank you for the follow, Sean Connery. Well, good day, lassie. The waves of strikes overnight marked one of the most serious escalations in Lebanon since a ceasefire in April. Israel's military said 4 of its soldiers were killed. It had killed dozens of Hezbollah militants and carried out more than 150 strikes. There you have it, in response to what it said were repeated violations of the pact. My directive is clear. Israel will not tolerate attacks on our soldiers or our territory. Well, you were attacked in Lebanese territory because you've invaded Lebanon, and you've been bombing and killing their civilians. So fuck around and find out, Nosferatu, and it will exact a very heavy price from Hezbollah for these assaults, he said. The Israeli strikes targeted 2 command centers in the Bekaa Valley in eastern Lebanon, as well as scores of other sites in the country's south. The Israeli military said Hezbollah said on Thursday that it was fighting Israeli troops as they tried to advance farther into Lebanese territory. Lebanon's health ministry said at least 47 people were killed and about 100 injured. It had earlier said that there were strikes on at least 11 locations across the country's south where Israeli troops have occupied what they call a security zone several miles wide along the border. The ministry didn't say how many of those killed were combatants. Lebanese President Joseph Aoun said the Israeli strikes were effectively undermining all ongoing efforts to consolidate the ceasefire and bring the war to an end, adding that his country was still committed to reaching a comprehensive ceasefire. The fighting in Lebanon has deepened a standoff between Trump and Netanyahu as pressure mounts in Washington to end the war and ease its economic fallout. Conversations between the two leaders have become increasingly hostile, with Trump pressing Netanyahu to stop blowing up buildings, the Wall Street Journal has reported. The Memorandum of Understanding reached between the U.S. and Iran this week is meant to usher in a 60-day period in which the Strait of Hormuz will reopen in exchange for allowing Iranian oil sales, providing Tehran with much-needed economic relief. The agreement also stipulates an end to fighting in Lebanon and that its territorial integrity and sovereignty must be ensured, language that drew criticism from Israel's security establishment. Netanyahu himself hasn't publicly criticized the deal, but ministers in his government have pushed to keep up fighting against Hezbollah. For every tear of an Israeli mother, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep. All of Lebanon must burn. Itamar Ben-Gvir, Israel's far-right minister of national security, said in a post on social media Friday, with all due respect to the Americans, Israel must make it clear to the entire world that the blood of our sons and the security of our citizens are not forfeited. Vance lashed out at Israeli critics on Thursday, pointing out that the country relies on American weapons to defend itself. Donald Jewish Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who's sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. And what do the Israelis say? Fuck Donald Trump. He's an enemy of the Jews. So there you go. Your one and only ally. No love lost. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, he says, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the world. Tensions remained high since Israel struck a Hezbollah stronghold in Beirut earlier this month. Yeah, Hezbollah stronghold. Sure thing. Triggering retaliatory missile launches from Iran and threatening to reignite a broader conflict. I mean, just saying that sentence is so duplicitous. It's so deceptive. Because who said this was a Hezbollah stronghold? Yeah, that would be the IDF. Quoting the IDF, the war criminal IDF. Without at least making a disclaimer saying, well, that was according to the IDF. Or that was according to Israel. It's not a good look. Don't forget to tap that like, guys. Please, we're trying to get the stream to 1,000 likes. That would be awesome. Those kindergartens are very dangerous. You can never be too sure. Those aren't kindergartens though, Saeed. Those are terrorist training camps. Okay? Thought you would have known that by now. Kindergartens are for white people. The flare-up prompted other countries, including France and Qatar, to lobby Israel to stop its strike and for the United States to increase pressure on its ally. U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee appeared to come to Israel's defense on Friday after France's Foreign Ministry Jean-Noël Barrot called on both Israel and Hezbollah to end their strikes. Last night, Israel had 4 of its soldiers killed. Huckabee wrote on social media, ceasefire happens when Hezbollah stops shooting and killing. Well, the ceasefire is going to happen when Israel stops occupying Lebanon, stops bombing Lebanon. So the U.S. and Iran will not meet in Switzerland. Israel derails the negotiation. Let's take a look at Larry Johnson's Substack. Well, that didn't take long, he says. If you placed a wager on the poly market that Iran and the U.S. would fail to meet in Switzerland on Friday, then go collect your winnings and send me a tip. Israel ignored Trump's request that it had to halt military operations in Lebanon and chose instead to escalate its attacks south of the Litany River, or the Litani River. For all you grammar Nazis, I missed a slooper chat. Shitballs. Can you remind me it's disappeared? Who was that? Let's see if I can find them. I might be able to find them on the phone. Nope, can't find them on the phone either. What? Oh, Valentine. It was yours? All right, tell me what was your super chat, Valentine? I'm sorry about that. It's disappeared now from the chat. Okay, I'll wait for that. Let's keep going with the article. Israel ignored Donald Trump's request. Intense clashes are taking place on the outskirts of Nabatea, Lebanon, between Hezbollah and Israeli forces. The ball is now in Donald Trump's little tiny hands. Will he demand Israel stop or face the consequences, or will he acquiesce to Bibi? What do you think? Let me know in the comments what you think. Don't forget to smash that like button. And let me know what you think in the comments. I'm just kidding. Don't do that, actually. I mean, do it if you want to. I'm just making fun of people who say that. My nose just won't stop itching. What's going on? Maybe I got allergies from my cat. He totally dropped the ball. Trump has the power to force Netanyahu to submit by cutting off or delaying the delivery of critical military aid. Yeah, it's a material thing. If you don't have the military aid, how can you conduct a genocide? If you don't have a genocidal supply chain, there is no genocide. And I'll say it once again, for as destructive as genocides are, there is an exponentially larger amount of organizational and creative energy put into that particular kill chain. So put that in your pipe and smoke it. It just speaks to the disgusting economy. The economy is what allows this, you know? The banksters. Gosh. Now I'm going to rant about the goddamn banksters. Fuck. Oh, man. Valentine, you never told me what your super chat said, and now I'm upset. All right, let's keep going. This is always good analysis. I hope you get something out of it. So Trump has the power to force Netanyahu to submit by cutting off or delaying the delivery of critical military aid and by withdrawing U.S. air defense assets, i.e. the Patriot and the THAAD, which don't even fucking work to begin with. You know? They're woefully inept. The whole Iron Dome is just a marketing scheme so that defense contractors and the weapons industry can make more profits. And you know, they particularly, like, in order for them to make money, they have to charge out the ass for these weapons. So they're super expensive only because, you know, the shareholders and the executive C-suite class, the board of directors, just so that they can get their dividend payouts. But it's like, it's extremely expensive for these missiles and these weapons and these THAAD Patriot missiles. It's like the enshittification of the actual military-industrial complex. It's like these missiles, these these air defense missiles are so expensive, yet they don't even fucking work, really. Because Patriot and THAAD missiles, in case you didn't know, are not equipped to handle the new iteration, the new innovation of Iranian hypersonic ballistic missiles, where they've got, you know, they can zigzag, they can do all these little different flight patterns. And from what I learned, the Patriot and the THAAD, they operate on flight patterns that are parabolic, which means they have this like parabolic arc to them. But the way that, you know, Iran obviously has been studying how the United States defends and fights wars, they have innovated a new kind of missile that can not follow, that doesn't follow that parabolic arc, confuses the Patriot and the THAAD, and renders them irrelevant and obsolete. The Middle East Spectator reports that if Israel does not implement an immediate ceasefire in Lebanon and stops its advances along all sectors, Iran will consider withdrawing from the MOU. Iran's Supreme National Security Council issued a statement late on Thursday regarding the MOU. They say, with careful supervision of the negotiation process, if any violation or breach occurs by the American side, according to the predetermined plan, a countermeasure will be taken. They will have a very harsh countermeasure. I wish they would explain exactly what they would do, but we'll have to leave it up to our imagination. The statement emphasizes complete distrust of the treacherous and treaty-breaking enemy and readiness to respond. And Iran's semi-official Fars news agency reported that the Iranian delegation's meeting with the U.S. in Geneva is postponed until there is a ceasefire in Lebanon. Until that time, Iran will not unilaterally implement its commitments of the MOU until the U.S. does the same. Iran is not going to act emotionally or irrationally. Iranian Speaker of the Parliament, Ghalibaf, and Foreign Minister Arakchi are certain to consult with their Pakistani, Chinese, and Russian counterparts before taking any military action against Israel. That's one thing that you should know, is nothing really gets done in this war on the Iranian side without consulting the Pakistanis, the Chinese, and the Russians first. The situation remains fragile and volatile. Mojtaba Khamenei issued the following message as well on Thursday. He says, "O passionate and loyal nation of Iran, as you have been informed, a MOU was signed between the presidents of Iran and the United States. In the path to reaching this stage, the responsible officials, out of concern and with good intentions, made many efforts, and indeed it was this American president who, out of desperation, used various levers to achieve this matter. I, in principle, had a different opinion." So he doesn't actually agree with his own negotiating team. "But due to the commitment that the Honorable President, as the head of the Supreme National Security Council, gave on behalf of himself and other members to uphold the rights of the Iranian nation and their resistance front, and because he explicitly accepted responsibility for it, I issued permission for it." They also explicitly stated that if the American side tries to make excessive demands, they will not accept them. From this moment on, we, meaning you, the proud nation, and this humble servant, will wait for the realization of the stated conditions, and they are continuing to wait. However, it is obvious that the face-to-face negotiations that will be held in the future will not mean accepting the enemy's view. We hope that the good prayers of our master, may God hasten his noble reappearance, will bring various victories and triumphs to the honorable nation of Iran. Larry interjects and says, as you can see in the preceding message, President Pezeshkian is on the hook, not literally, if the U.S. fails to deliver on its promise to reign in Israel and secure a genuine ceasefire, something that they have been unable to do thus far. We will see what tomorrow brings. Personally, I think that Iran will help Hezbollah drive the IDF out of southern Lebanon. Well, we hope so too, and we're waiting for such a thing. I was really hoping for a reprisal, a remix of that wonderful hit summer jam, Boom Boom Tel Aviv. It's a great song. It's an unbelievable song. And I love that song. Yep, Ben-Gvir just got flagged for hate speech. Israel's top security official from his official account. Just let that sink in. I mean, that's pretty crazy, right? So Donald Trump says, we didn't meet out of desperation. Iran did. They're finished. We'll play out the 60 days. They get no money, not 10 cents. Well, it got community noted. It says, per Article 6 of the Islamabad MOU, the U.S. committed to a $300 billion plus reconstruction plan for Iran, finalized within 60 days, contradicting no money, not 10 cents. I just wanted to highlight, just like give a little historical characterization of the information that we're seeing here, because this is quite a turn of events, especially concerning American history and the wars that we've started. We've always made the countries that we've gone to war with pay for the war that we started. But this is not the case with Iran. We are now pledging to rebuild their country. I mean, that has never happened before, I would say. When has that ever happened that the United States was actually forced to pay for its crimes? I don't think that's happened before. When Israel loses, humanity wins. Italy's famous for pizza, Turkey famous for kebabs and hair plugs. Lebanon is famous for hummus. Palestine is famous for olives. What's Israel famous for? Infanticide, dead innocent people, genocide. This is their greatest contribution to humanity, by the way. Jewmanity, that's what it really is. It's not, there's no such thing as humanity. Humanity only applies to the Jews, therefore Jewmanity. Yes, lying, art of the steal, sure. Institutionalized rape.
When there is a war, it doesn't matter who your enemy is. You need to destroy their offspring to prevent them from creating more offspring.
These are the subtle. And she almost, I think her lip quivers, and she almost starts crying as she says, "Their offspring." I'm pretty sure that's true. That's what I was told.
To prevent them from creating more offspring.
These are the settlers in waiting, keen to start a new life, to annex Gaza for Israel. But what of the Palestinians who live in Gaza now?
I just think we need to kill them.
Her name is, look at this. You can't see it. Her name is Rishit. Rishit. You ever took a shit so bad that you had to re-shit? Just to reset. Sometimes you have to reset by re-shitting. Well, this is that person's name. She's Rishit Guella. Charming. It's such a charming name. What will we name this baby, Avram? I just took a shit. And now you just pooped out a baby. Let's call her Rishit. Rishit, I love it. It's a great name. Very good, yes. Surely she won't get made fun of at the kibbutz.
Every one of...
She is the shit of a shit. She is the Rishit. I just reshit my pants. Who just shit my pants? I believe it was Rishit. Have we milked this joke enough? Is it done?
And that's it.
Speaking about more than 2 million Arabs, they will not stay there. We, Jews, will be in Gaza.
That sounds like ethnic cleansing.
That seems sociopathic.
It sounds like murder and ethnic cleansing.
Will be in Gaza.
And that's it.
Speaking about more than 2 million Arabs, They will not stay there. We, Jews, will be in Gaza.
That sounds like ethnic cleansing.
That seems sociopathic.
I can.
Doesn't it?
No, not at all. This is normal.
No, a single loaf of bread should go there.
This is very
When there's-
normal. No, this is.
You go and you do mass killing. You go and you do mass killing of wicked people. After the actions follows the heart. When you kill the first one, it breaks your heart. Second one, a little bit less. Third one, a little bit less. At one point, you begin to like it. You go and you...
At one point, you begin to like it, he says. At first, you have a bit of self-reflection. You have maybe a vague feeling of sympathy and regret and remorse. But by the end, once you're on to your fifth baby, you actually enjoy it there.
Do mass killing of wicked people.
I love the soundtrack to it as well.
After the actions follows the heart. When you kill the
After the actions follows the heart. After you're done with all the wicked shit, then your heart opens up and you become very compassionate.
first one, it breaks your heart. Second one, a little bit less. Third one, a little bit less. At one point, you begin to like it. You go and you do mass killing of wicked people.
I mean, what do you do? These people are insanely, cartoonishly evil. You have to laugh at some point. Like, what the fuck? What song is this?
After the actions follows the heart. When you kill the first one, it breaks your heart.
Hashem needs every yid. Yep, that meme says it all. Any first words? Says the IDF. My Jew will go on. Gaza has the highest number of amputees. Thousands of children have lost their limbs. Many surgeries are done without anesthesia. This is being called the largest group of child amputees in modern history. Children are surviving, but without arms and legs. Look at this. It's painful to watch. It's heartbreaking. Imagine your child is like this. Imagine. No child deserves this. Their childhood was taken away in seconds. Hospitals overwhelmed. Supplies limited. Oh my God, this just breaks my heart. I feel so fucking helpless and demoralized when something I think about often is like not just the ones that got killed, but the ones that are maimed and mutilated and have to live in these bodies now. That's why I can't even hear people when they start talking about tone policing my rhetoric about this shit, you know? Like, Adam Green, okay. I'll try to remember that. And people want to tell me, oh, you can't say Goyim. Don't say ZOG. That's an anti-Semitic stereotype. It's just like play this video for them and then listen to them, you know? Welcome to Israel. Genocide is self-defense, rape is democracy, land theft is going home, and anti-genocide is anti-Semitic. Point of view, face-to-face with an Israeli rabbi/teacher from Miami trying to meet up with a 14-year-old boy for sex in Palm Beach, Florida.
Levi.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Okay.
Levi Cash?
Yeah.
Can I need to talk with you for a second.
Oh,
what's going on, dude?
Shit.
What are we doing here?
What am I doing? I'm shopping. My wife needs some rice.
Hey, what are you shopping?
My wife needed some rice. Is that what he said?
Some rice?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, why are you in the fucking TV section, you idiot?
Okay.
You pedophile?
So, you want to be honest with me? I just want you to be honest, because if you try to hide it from me, then that makes me feel like you're a threat.
No. Not a threat. I'm a
trying to meet up with a boy, huh?
Well, I mean, you're 64 and you're coming to meet a 14-year-old for sexual purposes, right?
That's pretty bad. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And you're a teacher too, around kids.
Yeah.
Right? It's not a good look. So when you teach kids, do you make advances on them? So then why did you decide today I'm going to go meet a 14-year-old for sex?
Because he sounded like he was very interested.
So that makes it okay?
And no, it doesn't make it okay. And I felt very bad to do it. And
No, you feel very bad that you got caught.
whatever. Just unfortunately, one just doesn't think with their brain, but thinks.
Oh
Thinks
my
with
God,
what?
dude.
With their
cock?
Their appendages.
Oh my
That you wanted to make out and touch and play with the 14-year-old? That's what you wanted to do?
He's like, yes, but I'm
I was
also
trying to feel
Jewish.
him out what he was comfortable with.
With a 14-year-old?
Yeah, and stupid.
He's like, don't worry, I'm booking my ticket to Israel right now.
Stupid.
So
And then,
stupid.
Like, you guys talk about the shower? Would you guys talk about taking a
I
test?
said he was going to take a shower. I said, wait till I get here and I'll shower together with you.
So you know that this is wrong and you were worried about it,
Yeah.
but you still couldn't control your urges.
I gave in.
So with you being a rabbi, a teacher, an instructor to young children, how can you tell me that you're not a threat? If you're willing to meet a 14-year-old for sex, you drove all the way down here.
Yeah, that was very stupid to do.
It was very
stupid, right?
Yeah.
What he's saying is like, it was very stupid of me not to do it, but the fact that it was actually a sting operation and I got caught, that was the stupid part. The stupid part is that I got caught. Holy shit. Like, I need an update. This guy cannot be living amongst us in society still, right? That is crazy. What I don't understand is, obviously a crime has taken place. Obviously, the police need to be called. Like, why don't they call the cops like immediately? It's everywhere, yeah. Oh man, that's just so sad. It's really gross and disgusting.
Excuse me.
Like, does
Levi!
Did he get arrested? Wait, I think I saw. Look, you saw that? Yeah, he did. Okay. See, they didn't tell you that part, but it's like the first little frame before it actually cuts to the story. Typical Epstein class Jew.
Children with, we saw a number of.
By the way, these are just the comments. This is just people commenting on the original post. If you'll remember, it's just, what's Israel famous for? And these are all of the comments.
We saw a number of children with sniper injuries to the head, single shot to the head.
It's like nothing but raping and killing. Children. That is what Israel's literally known for.
no other injuries. So clearly
crimes against children specifically,
deliberately targeted
because they're children.
By Israeli snipers. So the drones would come down and pick off civilians, children. After description, this is not, an occasional thing. This was day after day after day, operating on children who would say, I was lying on the ground after a bomb had dropped, and this quadcopter came down and hovered over me and shot me. And that's clearly a deliberate act, and it was a persistent act, persistent targeting of civilians day after day. We had 1 or 2 mass casualty incidents every day, and that meant 10 to 20 dead, 20 to 40 seriously injured. And the bullets that the drones fire are these small cuboid pellets, and I fished a number of those out of the abdomen of small children. I think the youngest I operated on was a 3-year-old who had a major injury to the artery in her neck. She died about 3 or 4 days later from infection. But what's happening to the children is appalling. How the women had all been lined up and been told to strip down to their underwear and made to stand for hours like that, which is deeply, deeply humiliating.
Yeah. Saeed, you're out of here. I guess you've done the 4 hours. I've done the 4 hours. If Saeed has to go, I have to go. Clearly, that's what that means. So I think I'm going to sign off too, actually, because we did hit the 4-hour mark. That is my pledge to you, Monday through Friday, 4 hours we spend going through the slop of the day. So in conclusion, it seems like we're in this 60-day gray period where Israel has ample opportunity to sabotage this peace deal. It remains to be seen, I guess, whether Trump is going to acquiesce. Is he going to be able to rein in the Israelis? Is Netanyahu just going to go crazy like he knows how to do? We'll have to wait and see. I usually don't stream on the weekends. Sometimes I stream on Sunday. I guess if something happens and I'm glued to the news, I might do a stream. But if I don't, obviously, I hope you have a great weekend. Please avoid helicopters, avoid bungee cords. Don't go bungee jumping in Mexico or Brazil. Stay safe. Probably don't even, board a train or get into a car. Just stay safe out there, okay? Don't forget to hug your moms and tell her I love her. She should be expecting me soon, so I should probably get to that. Gonna have date night with your mom tomorrow because it's Shabbat, and for Shabbat I don't do anything else except please your mother. According to Talmud tradition. I don't know what I'm talking about. All right, I'm going to say goodnight. Peace and love, everyone. I'll see you next time. I'm sure as soon as I log off, something big is going to happen. It's usually the case, but stay informed. Join the Discord. Thanks to all the moderators. You know who you are. Thanks to everyone who supports the stream. We made it through another week. We're still here. I hope the world doesn't blow up. I hope we get to see you all back here on Monday. Once again, thank you. Peace and love. Good night, everyone. Have a wonderful, safe weekend. Peace.
Rathbone has to go to bed. It's time to tuck your little head. Good night. Good night. Buenos noches. Buenas noches. Buenas noches.